It's okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Remove?
Yeah, remove it. Yeah, I forgot. I set it up wrong. You'll probably have to do that with each one. Just hit save changes. There we go. All right. And we are live. When I'm all done, I will tell the virtual people goodbye before we end it. So just kind of keep that in mind. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Arctic blast weather outside. Not used to this in Florida. All right. We're going to be going live. Well, we are live, but we're going to start class in about 3 minutes or so. So grab a cup of coffee, make yourself comfortable. Still haven't gotten my red cord yet. So we'll see if I trip myself.
Oh, those are out in the car.
Okay.
Just switch off the regular camera.
You don't have to, because we only have one camera.
Well, I'm saying you swap it from that to the other screen, right?
Yes, yeah, I do that with the Stream Deck here. Yep, all you have to do is monitor comments. Thank you. It looks like most of you guys came back. That's good. Before we get started on today, does anyone have any questions about what we went over on Monday? Does anybody, did I go too fast? Are you lost? Are you wondering, what did I do? If you have any questions, please let me know, because we're going to dive into content that's going to build on what we covered on Monday.
I guess it was like more of like, what does a CNA do? So like there was a question on the test. It was like, what is not the job of CNA? And it's like an internal catheter. And I was kind of confused on that part.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go live. All right, those of you joining us virtually, good morning. This is class 2 of our first session of 2025. So the question is, when we have tasks that are assigned to us, what exactly is appropriate for CNAs? What are CNA tasks and what are not CNA tasks? So the easiest way to define this is a CNA task is anything you've been trained to do. Okay, so if you have not been trained to put a catheter in, is that an appropriate task? No. Now, this is going to be further defined, but that's the easy way for you. Okay, easy way for you. This is going to be further defined, however, by your state statutes, what the state allows CNAs to do, because it is governed. And it's also going to be defined as by your facilities, policies, and procedures. So even though in hospital A, CNAs might be trained to take out catheters prior to discharge, that's not a CNA task because it's not something you learn in training. That is called a delegated task. Still appropriate for CNAs to do, but it's not kind of your baseline, fresh out of school CNA task. So you are going to learn how to do things in this class, vital signs, ADLs, mobility skills, that type of thing. And that's going to form your foundation. Those are called CNA tasks. Anything that you learn through your employer past that are delegated tasks. They're all still okay for CNAs. They're good. But it's going to be defined just a little bit differently because CNA in hospital A has been trained to remove catheters prior to discharge. But if you go to hospital B, they're going to be like, hold up, we don't do that here. The nurses have to do it. So those additional tasks, delegated tasks, are really going to depend on your state statutes and your facility policy and procedure. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? Good. Okay, does that help? Okay, so let me introduce you to Jake. This is Jacob. Hi, Jacob. Jake is my assistant. He is going to be running all the back-end tech for me. He wasn't here on Monday because he had something else he had to do, but he will be here. So he is part of the 4YourCNA team. He actually runs my shipping department. And we sell books and practice kits and banners and all kinds of stuff all over the country. And he runs my shipping department. He also was the manager of the scrub shop until it closed. So he's moving into a new role. We're going to give him some, leeway because he's new. But he's here to learn how to run the tech so that I can focus on teaching, which really helps me out. So we're super, super happy to have him. All right, so you're going to see things kind of pop up on the screen. This is for our virtual people for the most part, telling them how to get the resources that you already have in front of you. But you'll also see some comments pop up, and that's I was doing that on Monday, going over and finding comments and putting them up. He's going to do that for me. Man, my life is so much easier when I have an assistant. All right, so did anybody attend the game show yesterday? Good. Okay. All right. So if you did not attend, no big deal. It's not part of the class. It's not required or anything like that, but it is very helpful. And yesterday, the questions were all about what you just asked, all about the scope of practice of the CNA and liability and what we're allowed to do, what we should do, all of those things. So if you did not get a chance to attend live, go to my channel. It's youtube.com/4YourCNA. We're branded everywhere. We're 4YourCNA everywhere. Go to my YouTube channel, go under live, because that was a live lesson. You have to go to a different area of my channel to find live. Go to live and it'll be the first one there. Make sure you listen to those questions because those are the types of questions that you're going to see on the state exam. This is going to be very, very relevant to your test coming up. So, good morning. Okay. All right. Any further questions? Are we good? Okay. Let me get, no, I'm just trying to remember where I put my grade sheet. Oh, I got it. Hold on.
I'm not sure where I'm in the way.
No, you're good. And I need to borrow a pen because thank you. I know I'm going to trip over that. So, Jake, please make a note. I need a bright red cord, 15 feet, USB-C. All right, so you guys had homework last night. I know, dreaded homework. Nobody likes it. I get it. But you had to read chapter 1 in the yellow book, and then you had to take the test on page 181 in the white book. Did everybody do that? Okay, did you grade that test with the last page? So do you know how many you missed? When I call your name, if you can tell me how many you missed, or there were 5 points apiece, and down here, it'll tell you what your score was. Good morning, Linda. Happy New Year to you as well. So when I call your name, tell me either your grade or how many you missed, and I'll do the conversion for you. And then we'll discuss any questions that you have about the questions on the test. Paula. No, Paula? Olivia.
I missed one. I missed the one that's like, what do you do if you got a question wrong? And I put throw away the paper, but it was crossed.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll talk about that. Good job. Cindy.
Yes.
How many did you miss?
3.
3. Okay. Very good. Gabriella. 5. Okay. Okay. Melissa. Not here? Okay. Ariana?
I missed 3.
Thank you. Fabrice? Thank you. Brianna? Oh, I've got 2 Briannas. Okay. Brianna D. Okay, thank you. Antonio? Thank you. Gabrielle? H. Gabrielle Hinton. Any Gabrielle Hinton? Okay. Daniel? Thank you. Drew? Thank you. Brianna R. Thank you. Amara? Thank you. And Mahala? Thank you. All right. Anybody have any questions about what you missed? Anybody have any questions about what you missed? Anything you need me to explain to you? Everybody good? You guys all do know that healthcare is not free, right? You guys know that? Healthcare is not free. So there are a couple of ways that people pay for healthcare, and this was kind of covered a little bit in chapter 1, but it's important that you know this. When you're paying for a service, what kind of service do you expect? Good service, right? Right? We have to remember that healthcare is a service and our customers are paying for that service. Now, we tend to forget this in healthcare, right? I'm sure you've all had experiences with people that are not good in customer service helping you with healthcare. But we have to remember this really is a service that we're providing. And this is going to be paid for through insurance. Now, private insurance that you have, that you pay for out of your employer, just pocket, that type of thing. You can also have government insurance, which is Medicare, Medicaid, or military insurance. Or you can be self-pay, right? So, but those are the 3 ways that we pay for healthcare. Now, in Florida, we have a lot of retirees. So a lot of our healthcare is paid for by the government through Medicare and Medicaid. But it doesn't matter. It's still a service that somebody is paying for. So what kind of customer service should we be giving? Good service. Now, let me explain to you how important this is. This isn't just a random rant, okay? Explain to you how important this is. When the government is paying, good morning, Margaret. When the government is paying for healthcare, they want to make sure that they're getting a good experience. They're paying for it. Now, somebody else is receiving the service, but the government is paying for it. And they consider this so important that they are going to tie payment to service. So when somebody goes to the hospital and it's paid for by the government, Medicare, Medicaid, they get a survey. And they get to grade the people that provided that service. And if the facility gets consistently low grades, like if the service that's provided wasn't good, then the payments get cut. What do you think is going to happen to your paycheck if your facility is not getting reimbursed well? Yeah, there's no raises. They're probably going to cut staff, which means you're going to have to work harder, take care of more patients. And if you think that you didn't have time to give good customer service, then you're definitely not going to have time to do it when you're short-staffed. Does that make sense? So a lot of what we talk about is the patient experience, why it's so important that we provide good, not just competent service, but compassionate service. Those 2 are not mutually exclusive. They need to go together. We need to be competent. We need to know how to give a partial bed bath, but we also need to be compassionate when we're doing it. Make sense? So some of the things that we're going to be talking about today go right into that topic. So chapter 1 talked to you a little bit about payment systems, but it really doesn't impress on you just how important what we do is to that process, because CNAs spend way more time with patients than anybody else does. Way more time. So do you know who they're really grading when they do those surveys? The CNAs. Yeah. When you hit a call light in a hospital, do you know who answers it? The CNAs. Yeah. When you want a cup of water, who gets that for you? The CNAs. When you need to go to the bathroom, who helps you with that? The CNAs. That's right. So if you hit that call light and you have to wait 2 hours for somebody to help you to the bathroom, and then they're mean and nasty when they finally do come in, that's what's going to be on the review. Not the fact that they had 14 broken bones that were all put back together and they had 6 surgeries and, their pain was well controlled. They don't care about that. They care about how long that call light took to be answered. They care about how cold their food was when it was delivered. Good morning. They care about, morning. They care about how professional the people that were caring for them were in their interactions. So remember that what we do, because we are the ones that spend way, way, way more time with patients than anybody else. Doctors, they'll see the patients for like 3 minutes every shift. That's it. 3 minutes. Nurses might spend 10 minutes per shift with the patient. But CNAs spend an average of about 40 to 45 minutes with each patient. So who are they grading? So we've really got to get this down. We've really got to understand the customer service aspect of what we do, because it is absolutely going to affect your paycheck. But it goes a little deeper than that. When you decided to take a CNA class, how many of you heard the term, oh, you're going to be a butt wiper? Anybody ever hear that? Okay, let's talk about that. I don't think this is talked about enough, right? CNAs don't get enough respect. And it might have impacted your thought process. Do I really want to do that? I mean, is this really the job for me, right? So let's get the elephant out of the way first. Yes, CNAs do perform personal care. I don't like the term butt wiping. CNAs perform personal care. But let me ask you a question. If you could not perform your own personal care, are you okay with it not getting done? Do you think your patients are okay with them not getting it done? So this role is important. Doesn't matter what the personal care is. Bathing, dressing, grooming, toileting, feeding, doesn't matter. If a patient can't do it themselves, it needs to be done. They're not okay with it not being done. So one of those things that we do is personal care. Absolutely, 100%. And yes, it is a role that we fill. But that's not all we do, by far. We're the ones holding the hands of the patients when they're crying. We're the ones helping the patients with, things that are so personal, they don't even want their own family to help because they're so personal. We fill a need that will make you very close to your patients, physically, but also emotionally. And it's an important role. And don't ever let anybody minimize the impact that you have by using a disrespectful term. But more importantly, don't minimize your own role. If you want professional pay, if you want to be seen as a professional in your workplace, you have to act professional. They don't just hand out professional, interactions. You have to earn it. You have to be professional. And if you start throwing around terms like butt wiper, you are not a professional. So be careful. Guard your profession, not just from outsiders, but from yourself as well. When you do that, as an industry, we'll see pay go up. We'll see your reputations as healthcare providers go up. But it all starts with you. Good? Okay. All right, so let's review a little bit about what we learned on Monday. How do we know what to do with each patient? What do we follow? Not just the care plan, it's the care plan, the whole care plan, and remember, that means that we don't add to it, we don't take away from it. Okay, we follow the care plan, or what do we do? If we can't follow the care plan, what do we do? Yeah, we tell the nurse. Absolutely. We only have 2 doors to walk through. That's it. Follow the care plan, ask the nurse. That's it. If you can't go through door number 1, you better find door number 2. That's it. That's our whole role. That's it. All right. So while we're following that care plan, we should be making observations. That's right. Googly eyes. Yeah, we should be making googly eyes. We should be making observations. Anything you smell, feel, hear, see. Don't taste. That's just not right. Okay. It's one sense we don't have to use. Let me give you an example of this. And when I say that no observation is too small to report, I really mean it. So let me give you an example. You walk into a patient's room, they've got a catheter. You walk into the patient's room and you smell grape Kool-Aid. Now, we don't normally serve grape Kool-Aid in most institutions, but you walk in, you smell grape Kool-Aid. Now, your brain might say, it's just grape Kool-Aid, no big deal. And you might think you don't have to report that because that's just weird. I mean, why would I report that? Well, that smell of grape Kool-Aid is actually the very first sign of a bacterial infection called Pseudomonas. And it can happen to patients that are catheterized. So if you've got a patient on a catheter and you walk in the room and you smell grape Kool-Aid and you look around and you don't see a picture of grape Kool-Aid anywhere, what do you think you should do with that knowledge? Tell the nurse. Absolutely. If you walk into a patient's room and they ask you for a blanket, now most clinical settings are super cold. We know that, right? They're always cold. Patient asks for a blanket, you get them a blanket, no big deal. And then they ask for another one. And as you're doing that, you feel their skin is a little bit warm. And you think to yourself, oh no, there's too many blankets. Let me take one of those blankets off because your skin is warm. What do you think you should do with that information? Tell the nurse, because this patient could possibly be running a fever. Good? Everything that we see, hear, smell, or feel has to be reported to the nurse. You'll be passing fresh water. A big part of what CNAs do is encourage people to drink. And we're going to talk about that next week when we get into chapter 4. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. But a big part of what we do is getting people to drink more water. And you're going to be offering all the time. Would you like some water? Here's some water. Here's a cup of water. You're going to be offering drinks a lot. But let's say we have a patient. We filled up their water pitcher. We gave them a cup of water. We come back an hour later. Pitcher is completely dry. They have drank it all. Nobody else on the unit's been drinking an entire pitcher of water in an hour. That's an observation. So what do we do with that observation? Yeah, we might think, oh, maybe they're just thirsty. That's not our call to make. Excessive thirst can be the first sign of high blood sugar. Could also be a sign of worsening congestive heart failure. It can be a sign of dehydration. It can be a sign of a lot of things. So we really want to make sure. It can also be, it can also be a sign that we have a helpful roommate. Because if bed B is on fluid restriction, they don't have a water pitcher and they don't have a cup. But they're going to complain, I'm thirsty. And if they don't have working kidneys, we don't want them to have fluids. I'm thirsty. Well, a helpful roommate doesn't understand all that, so they may pour a cup of water and hand it to their roommate. thinking they're helping. Doesn't help when you kill your roommate. And that's what could very well happen. If you don't have kidneys to filter that fluid out, and we don't have dialysis scheduled, that can absolutely overload the fluid system of a patient. All observations, no matter how small they seem to you, has to be reported to the nurse. That's why half of our job is observation. You starting to see how important this part is? This right here is what separates you from all other unlicensed medical professionals, all others. Home health aide. A lot of people ask what's the difference between a home health aide and a CNA right here. This is the difference. They both give partial bed baths. They both help patients with toileting. They both help patients with feeding. It's not what you do. A lot of people think it's what you do that defines your role. It's actually not. It's what you know that defines your role. CNAs are trained to understand normal and identify abnormal. And this is what separates you from all others. When you're certified, you've taken a test that shows that you know this, not that you know how to take a pulse. I can teach an 80-year-old wife to take a pulse on her husband. I don't need a class to do that. That is not going to set you apart from anybody else. This will. Got it? So what do we do with those observations? No matter how small, take it to the nurse. Very good. All right, so that's skill rules. That applies to every single skill that we will do from here till the end of time. But now that we know what to do, we got to know how to do it. And this is going to start every patient interaction that we have. What is our very first action? Knock. Absolutely. So the way that we remember this is every skill starts with the opening, and every opening starts with a knock. Now, this is important. You're going to hear me in your head during the test. I know, because everybody tells me that they do. You're going to hear me in your head during the test. When you, let me get this real quick. Oh, it's not there. Oh, hand me the yellow care plan set, please. Okay, when you go take the test, and you get one of these, and the evaluator reads it to you, and this just got real. You take that care plan set and you stare at it, and everything that is in your brain is going to fly out. You're going to be lucky if you remember your own name. It's a test. It's a clinical skills test. You are now demonstrating that you know how to do something in front of 2 RNs, and your entire future career depends on it. You are going to panic. Not might. You will. And now we got to do these 3 skills, and we don't remember how. The only thing that I don't want you to remember how to do these. Don't want you to remember that right now. What I want you to remember is how to start. If you can start the skill, the rest will come. But you've got to remember how to do step 1. You're going to hear me say this about 300 times before you leave this class. Every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. So what is your very first action, no matter what your skill is? Knock. If you can get that done, your brain will kick into gear. Like I said, I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of graduates. This works. But even more importantly, we have got hundreds of thousands of people who let me know that they took the test because they watched our videos and this helped them. And it's amazing how many people say, I heard your voice in my head as I tested. You're going to hear me say this a lot, and I'm doing it on purpose because when everything flees your brain, I want you to know I start with a knock. Good. But let's talk about why this is important from the patient point of view for a second. Why do we have to knock? I know we got to knock now. Good. But why? Why do we have to knock? I mean, they're in our facility. Yeah, they know you're coming. But let's take that a step further. Okay? They need to know you're there, but let's take that a step further. So we have a patient who, remember, wants to be home, is very preoccupied. You guys remember that from Monday? Right? They're self-absorbed and they're tired. They're tired because everybody keeps interrupting them. So let's imagine for a second that this patient finally manages to drift off to sleep. And they hear something, and subconsciously it tells them danger, danger, and their eyes pop open, and there is a complete stranger standing over them with a sharp object. Do you think they're ever going to be able to sleep again? Now, that sounds very dramatic, doesn't it? But let's think about that for a second. Doctors, oh man, they poke and prod you. They put their hands in holes you didn't know you had. Right? Nurses, they're sticking all kinds of needles into you, sharp objects. Phlebotomists, I don't know why it takes them 67 tries to find a vein, but here we are. EKG techs put sticky tabs all over all of your private areas and then rip them off, taking off every strand of hair that you had. Better than a wax job. X-ray techs will come in, put you on hard surfaces in impossible positions. Healthcare is not comfortable, not by any stretch of the imagination. And don't get me on the billing person that comes in. They hurt you worse than anybody else. Not comfortable. The only person in that entire facility that does not hurt the patient is the CNA. That's it. In fact, if our patient says, ow, we have taken a completely wrong turn and we should stop what we're doing and find a nurse. We should never, ever, ever hear ow from our patients. We are not there to hurt them. Ever. But do you think your patient knows that? When everybody else in the facility is hurting them? So when we enter a room without warning, that sets up a very distrustful interaction between us and the patient. Do you guys see how that can happen? Knocking is very important. Patients need to have a space that they feel relatively safe. Remember, they are not at home locked safely in their own bedroom. They're in a public place. How well do you think you'll be able to rest in a public place without having some sense of security around you? That's where knocking becomes very important. I don't care if you just leave the room to go get some supplies. When you come back in, give a courtesy knock. Good? Make sense? Very important. So every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. All right, so then who are we going to greet? The patient, yeah. Greet them by name. Now, I know a lot of people are all about ID bands, check their ID band. Yes, you probably will in some settings check ID bands. It's not on the test. Nobody's going to have an ID band for you to check on the test. But in reality, ID bands don't exist in most settings. Most healthcare does not occur in the hospital. Do you guys know that? Most healthcare does not occur in the hospital. How many of you guys go to a hospital just for a general checkup? Get your blood pressure medication. Where do you think most healthcare occurs? Doctors' offices, walk-in clinics, outpatient centers. Yeah, that's where most healthcare occurs. Do we have ID bands in those places? No. We also don't have ID bands where your patient lives. How many of you guys, when you get home, put an ID band on so the people that are in the house know who you are? If it's where you live, you don't need an ID band. So those are nursing homes, assisted living facilities, convalescent centers, right? These are not places we have ID bands. So pretty much the only place you're going to have an ID band is a short-term setting where they're staying overnight, like a hospital or a rehab. Other than that, no ID bands exist. So you're not going to have it on the test. We are required to identify our patient by name because that's what we're going to do out in the wild where most healthcare occurs. Like when you go to the doctor, they put you in a room, they put a chart on a wall outside of your room, and the healthcare provider eventually makes their way in. And how do they know you are you? They call your name. What's your name? Daniel? So everybody, this is Daniel. Say hi, Daniel. Okay, so if I, as a healthcare worker, walk into your room with a chart in my hand and I say, remember his name is Daniel, and I say, hello, Joseph, how are you today? What are you going to say? Yeah, because you don't want what I've got in store for Joseph, do you? Probably not. All of us are capable of self-identifying. Now, if your patient is not capable of self-identifying, we're going to talk about dementia, right? Or they're unconscious or something like that. Remember, we have a process for this. The nurse goes in, assesses the patient, writes up the care plan. So if the nurse knows the patient cannot self-identify, we're going to have on the care plan how we're supposed to identify them. Process already exists. Good. Now, if there's nothing on the care plan and our patient is unconscious, that means that there has been a change somewhere in there. So who should know that? The nurse, absolutely. So we're going to identify our patient by name. Now, I'm going to take a little time out. This doesn't have anything to do with the test. I don't call patients by their first names. I find it's a little too familiar, and it doesn't maintain that professional boundary that we need. Okay? So I don't call a patient Henry unless I've been caring for him for a long time and we're kind of on a first name basis, right? I may call him Mr. Henry. I may call her Miss Gladys. But most of the time, I'm going to say Mr. Hopkins. I use last names because it helps elevate the profession. We are professionals. Make sense? Now, you can use first names. The test doesn't care. Doesn't care. We do need to be respectful. We're not going to use things like honey, sweetie, baby, dear. Okay, not looking for sugar daddy here. We're going to keep it professional. Good, makes sense. But for the test, it is best if you just stick with one name like Mr. or Mrs. Jones. It's super easy. But be careful about how familiar you allow yourself to get with your patients. Remember, they're asking for care from us that they're not even comfortable with their own families providing. They're probably not going to want to be super duper close to you. We have to have a boundary there. Does that make sense? So unless I know somebody really, really well, I'm putting a Miss or a Mr. in front of their first name. That helps separate. Good? All right, so hi, Mr. Jones. I use last names until I am told not to, personally. And that's just a personal preference, right? That has nothing to do with the test. For the test, you will use Mr. or Mrs. Jones. We're going to use a last name there. And for the test, they just use one name for everybody. So you're Miss Jones, you're Miss Jones. It's one big happy family. All right, so once we've identified our patient by name, we have to tell them who we are. So, and you heard me go through all of this, right? We have to tell them who we are. Hi, I'm Patty. And it's not just enough to say, hey, I'm Patty. Yeah, Patty who? Patty, the person that brings the cookies? I like that, Patty. Patty, the person that brings a needle? Not so much, right? So not just your name, but also your title. Hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. helps form an understanding of what we're there to do. Okay. Once we do that, then we're going to tell them what we're there to do. Oh, I'm sorry. Introduce yourself by name and title. Sorry. We're going to tell them what we're there to do. Like I said on Monday, I like to throw in, how are you? How's your day going? Something like that. It's not graded. You don't have to remember to do that. But if you work that into your normal pattern, your normal routine, you will find it saves you a ton of time in your workflow. So what are we there to help them with? Insert name of skill here. And then we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. What is that? Whoops. What's the most important question? Is that okay? Is that okay? Most important question in healthcare. Remember that patients don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. This is designed to cover that. Okay, good. Once we get their consent, and remember for the test, we will always get consent. Always, always, always. Nobody is ever non-compliant for the test. Everybody is compliant. We're going to get a yes. Yay. Only time you have a guaranteed yes from a patient is during the test. Once we get that yes, we're going to close the, what's on that curtain? Yeah, cooties. Man, there's cooties galore all over that curtain. Not just the patients, but everybody else's. So once you touch that cootie covered curtain, there's a tongue twister for you. What do you want to do? Wash your hands. We're going to get rid of those little cooties. And then once we have clean hands, we'll go get the supplies that we need. Remember, we do not touch supplies until our hands are clean. But our cardinal rule here, the one we can never, ever, ever break, is that we don't touch the patient until our hands are clean. Never break that rule. Good? Good? All right, and then at the end of the skill, we have the closing. Now, there's 6 C's to the closing. I don't care what order you do them in. The only ones that count are the last 3, the order. So that's it. The rest of them, I don't care how you do it. But we need to make sure that the patient is in what kind of an environment? Clean. Yeah, clean. Yeah, we're going to get there. Hold up. Clean environment. Yeah. If the environment is chaotic, messy, just stuff everywhere, your patient's not going to be able to rest well. So clean environment is important. We need to make sure that they're also safe, so that bed needs to be in the lowest position. We'll talk about that as we go. Once we have them clean and safe, then we're going to ask them if they're comfortable. Absolutely. We need to hear this word, guys. This word counts. You have to say, are you comfortable? Not just about physical comfort, though. We've got to look at emotional comfort as well. So we're going to offer a magazine or something. For the test, just make it easy. Magazine covers all bases. We're good. And then we also want to make sure that they're covered. I told you about the no knobby knees rule, right? If they are in bed in a hospital gown, I should not be able to see their knees. I want you to think about how vulnerable that makes patient for a second. They are in a very unfamiliar setting. They are surrounded by strangers. Most of the time, their patient or their family is not there 24/7. They are in a strange place surrounded by strange people. They are also not dressed for company. They have a hospital gown on and not much else. Now, even worse, they are laying down. Laying down makes you vulnerable off the bat. So you've got somebody in a strange environment, surrounded by strangers, not dressed for company, and laying down. You ever stop to think about the vulnerability of that person? At least make sure they're covered. This gives them a little sense of security, just a little bit. Good? Questions? So make sure they're covered. We're going to open that curtain. They have to be able to call us to let us know if they need us. So we're going to give them a call light. And we're going to do all of those things, doesn't matter what order we do them in, before we wash those cooties off of our hands. If we need to document, we'll do that after we wash our hands. And then we have to end skill with clean hands. So we touched a pen. What does that mean? We have to, cooties, very good. We have to clean our hands again. Shakima, I took your class, your CNA class in May 2024, signed up for my state board, took that and passed it August 2nd. Congratulations. I applied and got hired at my first agency job for my CNA on yesterday, January 7th. I'm super excited. Thanks to your class and great teaching, I was able to do something I've been wanting to do for years. Wish I would have found out about your class sooner. Thank you for all you do. Oh, thank you so much. That means the world to me. Congratulations to you. You're going to be great. All right. So everybody good on closing? You need to be practicing these two things. By Monday, you should be able to tell me the opening and the closing. If I point at you in the classroom, tell me the opening, tell me the closing. You should be able to rattle this off, and it should sound like this. Here's your opening. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies. Closing is going to sound something like this. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Your environment is clean. Bed is in the low position. Here's your call light. Open the curtain, wash my hands, document if I need to, and wash them again. Closing is long, isn't it? Let me show you how important that closing is, though. I'm going to reach over you. We're going to pull, no, where did I put it?
What's
Care plan,
What now?
you know, the colorful packet.
Oh, the big laminated sheet?
Yeah, the laminated.
At the end?
No, not those. Oh, I don't know where I put it. Do you remember the things I showed you on Monday with all the colors? Right? Remember those things I showed you with all the colors, the steps that were colored off? About half of every skill, roughly, is going to be the opening and the closing. This checks off a ton of checkpoints at the end of the skill. A ton. Not sure what I did with it, but it's somewhere. We're still learning to work our way around the new system. Did you get it? Aha. All right, look at this, guys. Look at that. Look at all of that red. We haven't got to the skill yet. Look at all that red and green that you get to check off with just these two. Here. Okay, half of every skill is the opening and the closing. So if you're not doing the opening, thank you. If you're not doing the opening and the closing, you are missing out on almost all the checkpoints that matter. It's not what we do in healthcare. It's not what we do for the test. It's how we do it that they care about. Make sense? Good? Questions? Oh, Jen. Yeah, Jen is one of my my OGs. Yeah, your videos helped me so much with passing my state test back in November. Congratulations, Jen. Okay, so remember that we have to have a patient at the end of the skill that feels cared about. Make sure you don't recontaminate your hands. Our cardinal rule here is end skill with clean hands. So the very last thing you should do after you're done working with the patient is wash your hands. Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about hand washing. We learned hand washing. It was kind of rushed, I know. We learned hand washing at the end of Monday, but let's review this. When we're going to wash our hands, we can turn the faucet on with our bare hands. The faucet's dirty, your hands are dirty, nobody cares, all kinds of cooties there. We turn the water on. Make it comfortable for you. I don't care how hot it is. You're not going to get it hot enough to kill germs. Doesn't matter. Right? Hot enough to kill germs would be boiling. You cannot wash your hands with boiling water, guys. Okay, so just make it comfortable. Wet your hands. You have to wet your hands before you put soap on. And a lot of people miss that. They just go straight for the soap. But soap on dry hands does not distribute well. So wet your hands, then put soap on. And then you're just going to rub all surfaces, the tops of the wrists, the backs of your hands, and between your fingers, the palms of your hands, all surfaces for at least 20 seconds. Now, super important. Those of you that were taught, because COVID did this, COVID really messed us up. COVID taught you to wash your hands by singing songs. The problem with that is you are in the middle of a test. You are nervous. What do you think happens to your singing speed when you're nervous? Oh, yeah, it goes faster. Is this now an appropriate measurement of time? No. So in the test, right above the sink is going to be a clock, a real one with a second hand. And that is what your evaluators are using to make sure that you did 20 seconds. So if you're singing songs in your head and the evaluator is using the clock, those two things may not match up. What do you think you should use? The clock. Absolutely. So for the test, you're going to get soap on your hands, bring your hands together and look at that clock. Figure out where that second hand is. And then you're going to start rubbing. And you've got to make sure that you get past 4 numbers before you move to your nails. Good? Questions? I have seen people fail for only doing 19 seconds of rubbing. This is that serious. So you got to get through 4 numbers, minimum. Keep going if you want to, that's fine. There is no maximum. 4 numbers, minimum. You do less than 4, you will fail. That simple.
Do you wash for 20 and then rinse?
You're going to rub for 20.
Oh, rub.
Rub all surfaces for 20. Rub all surfaces for 20. Then move to your nails. Then rinse. Good? Questions? Okay. So how long do you have to rub for? Is 19 enough? Okay. More is better. All right. So in some cases, somebody in here asked about hand sanitizer on Monday. So let's talk about hand sanitizer. One of my favorite subjects. Hand sanitizer is appropriate in some settings. It is. And it's actually preferred in some settings too. It is. But it doesn't cover, it's not all things to all people. But the real problem with hand sanitizer is that normally we don't use it right. How long did we have to rub our hands for hand washing? Okay, so if you're anything like most people, when you use hand sanitizer, we'll use Jeremy here, we get a little bit in our hands and we do this, and we're done. Was that 20 seconds? So hand sanitizer has the same rules as hand washing. You have to use enough and keep your hands wet for at least 20 seconds to be effective. That means that you probably aren't using hand sanitizer right. But there's a real problem with this, with hand sanitizer. It's actually a lot of real problems here. Number one, they're alcohol-based, so they tend to dry out your hands, and that causes cracks to form. We're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. I got a whole lecture on this. But keep that in mind, dries out your hands. So if you're using hand sanitizer a lot, make sure you're hydrating that skin so it doesn't crack on you, especially in winter. Like my hands are getting really dry right now because of winter. So that's a problem with hand sanitizer. But the other thing is that 2 of our really, really heavy hitter pathogens are not killed by hand sanitizer. This is C. diff and norovirus. Norovirus is something we call the daycare disease or the cruise ship disease because it spreads rapidly. It'll make you super sick for 2 or 3 days. You won't be able to leave the bathroom. It comes out both ends. It's icky and horrible, and everybody has had it at some point in your life. Okay, we call it the daycare disease, cruise ship disease, because it spreads through cruise ships like crazy. And it's not limited to just once and you're done. You can catch it over and over and over again. Super fun, right? So norovirus is not killed by hand sanitizer. So if we know it spreads rapidly in close environments and you can get it at any time, and we have patients in hospitals whose immune systems are already compromised, do you think we want to be spreading this around? Hand sanitizer does not work on norovirus. So if your patient is having anything come out of any orifice, you probably ought not to use hand sanitizer because we don't know if it's norovirus or something else. Good? C. diff, if you think norovirus is bad, C. diff is norovirus's older brother, and it will stick around for 6 to 8 weeks and tends to kill a pretty high percentage of the people it infects. Because remember, they're already fighting another war. Not good in closed situations, close people together situations. Good? So if you got a patient where stuff is coming out of any of their holes, you probably ought to be using hand washing, not hand sanitizer. Good? Make sense? All right, but there's another problem. So, Bakey says, Nurse Patty, I want to thank you for helping me pass the skills portion of the exam. Got my results yesterday and I passed both. Congratulations. Great job. All right, so here's the other problem. Now, if you're anything like me, when you go through a drive-through and you're getting ready to get that nice hot thing of fries, right? You might think to yourself, oh, my hands aren't that clean. I'm going to grab my hand sanitizer that's sitting in my little console, and I'm going to get some hand sanitizer, and maybe I'll get enough, and I'm going to rub it all over so that I can eat my fries while they're still hot, and I'm driving to my next destination, right? So I now have rubbed my hands together for 20 seconds, and my hands are nice and clean because I've done it right. And now I can get my hot fries, and I'm super excited, right? But where are those pathogens? Where are those pathogens? They might be dead, but they are still on my hands. Now, I don't know about you, but E. coli is no more appetizing dead as it is alive. When you use hand sanitizer, you might be killing the pathogens, but they don't go anywhere. They are still on your hands. So if you're going to put your hands anywhere near your face, you probably ought to go to the sink and wash them down the drain, not rely on hand sanitizer. Make sense? Good? Did you learn something there? Okay. So we should not use hand sanitizer when we eat, drink, smoke. Basically, anytime your hands are going to go up near your face, clean them. You don't want them to have pathogens. Good. Great job. You have now mastered skill rules, opening and closing. So out of the 11 we have to learn, we got 3 down. It's only class 2. Good job. Was it hard? No? All right, let's move on to another one then. First skill we're going to learn is pulse. So if you go to page 52 in your skills book, put that right up in there. We looked at this a little bit, how these pages are laid out. We looked at this a little bit. I'm just going to set that there because I know I'm going to spill it. Okay, so we looked at this a little bit on Monday. Let's go over it again quickly. Down this side tells you all of the principles involved in learning this skill. So we're going to follow the care plan. We're going to do our opening. We have to talk about gloves in a minute. We're going to learn specific things for the pulse itself, and then we're going to learn the closing, or we're going to do the closing, right? So if you look here, they're all spelled out. We already know this one, we already know this one, and we already know this one. So in order to take a pulse, in order to learn this skill, all we have to learn is these two things. We've already learned the rest of it. Good? Make sense? So it makes learning a little bit quicker because we're just going to recycle these over and over and over again. This is the short version, tells you kind of your cliff notes, reminds you how to do this skill. I have a video on this. And then down here is your test specific information. So if you look down there, you can see that somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. That sounds fair. You're going to be doing this on another testing student, which means you'll be a patient for this for somebody else. That person will be positioned in a bed. So when you're at home practicing on a live human, remember dead ones won't help you very much, find a live one. Make sure you're putting them in a bed for this skill. That way you're rehearsing it as it will be for the test. Good? Questions? This is a charting skill. So documentation is going to play a part in this. Anytime we count something in healthcare, we have to write it down. Let me explain why. Remember me saying on Monday there's no busy work in healthcare? I'm not going to tell you to do something just to keep you busy. If I tell you I need somebody's pulse, it's because I need the pulse. I am either giving medications, or I'm evaluating the effectiveness of a medication, or I'm trying to see if the patient is within normal limits for a procedure or something. There's a reason I need that number. So you go in, you take the pulse, and then you never write it down anywhere. Does that help me? No. So to me, it's just like you never took the pulse. So there's a saying in healthcare, if you didn't chart it, you didn't do it. And that's why. Because if we ask you to do something, and especially measure something, and you don't write it down, well, to me, it's just like you never did it because I don't have the information I need. Does that make sense? Good. So for the test, you are asked to take a pulse. That means that a nurse somewhere needs that pulse. So what do you think is going to happen if you don't write it down? Yeah, they don't get the information they need, and you ultimately are going to fail. Why would you fail? So a lot of people get really upset at this. Well, I took the pulse, I did it right, I just forgot to write it down. But who do you think in that scenario, not testing, but who do you think suffers there? Why? Why does the patient suffer if you forget a small step? Absolutely. They're not getting the care that they're paying for. Absolutely. So is it really a small inconsequential step? It's a big deal. So remember I said my hardest job in this class is to get you from focusing on you during the test to focusing on the patient during the test. Guys, when you miss steps, it's not about you. Here's the key to the test. The test is never about you, ever, in any dimension. This test is 100% about the patient. And that is what the evaluators are focused on, the patient. They're not focused on you. They're focused on that patient. Did you count for the right amount of time according to the care plan? Because of the patient. That's what the patient needs. Did you have the arm hanging out in midair, which is uncomfortable for the patient? Good. Do you see that switch? Has nothing to do with you. So when you start thinking about, well, I just missed a small step, why did they fail me? It's because of the effect that step had on the patient. Good? Good. That's the key to passing the test. If you're focused on the patient and the evaluator's focused on the patient, test is easy. Good? All right, so we already know skill rules. We already know the opening, and we already know the closing. I know that because we just reviewed them. But there's something we don't know here. So let's learn it. Buckle in, because this is a lecture. Page 40, we're going to learn about glove rules. Glove rules is part of the big four. We talked about that on Monday. Skill rules, opening, glove rules, and closing apply to every single skill we do. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to wear gloves for every skill. It's not what that means. It means we're going to evaluate the need for gloves in every skill. Good? Of course, I have a video for this because I have a video for everything. But I'm going to give you the live lecture. And this is actually going to count in our scope of practice because this is a principle that we have to learn and apply. So these are the big four: skill rules, opening, glove rules, and the closing. And this together is going to make up roughly 50 to 70% of every single skill we do. So once we learn these, man, it's just a little bit we got to learn for each skill, because we're going to apply these to every skill. I've got the notes for you for everything I'm about to tell you on page 41, so you don't need to take notes. So one of the things in healthcare that I have to do is break down false conceptions that you have. And unlearning something is way harder than learning something new. Way harder. I have to go through so many more hurdles to help you unlearn something. And for this particular situation, we are going to use something that has nothing to do with healthcare at all to unlearn some things about gloves. So we're going to build a sandwich together, because when we order a sandwich, we expect them to wear gloves, right? So we go to our sandwich counter and they're going to build the sandwich in front of us, and we're going to tell them what we want on the sandwich. And you guys are going to help me with this. You're going to play along. So you come up to the counter and I put on my food service gloves and I ask you, what would you like? So we're going to start with you. What kind of bread would you like for this sandwich? Okay, so I'm going to go into my little bread keeper here. I'm going to open the little plastic thing, reach in and grab the bread, close the little plastic thing, and put that bread on the counter. Well, in order to make a sandwich, we're going to have to cut that bread. So I'm going to pick up the knife that's already on the counter, and we're going to cut the bread in half and put the knife back on the counter. So now we have bread on a wrapper thing on the counter. But now we need some condiments, right? Because the bread's probably pretty dry. So how about some mayo? So I'm going to reach into the mayo. There's always like that spatula thing sticking out, right? So I'm going to reach in, grab the spatula thing, and spread the mayo on the bread, put the spatula thing back in the little mayo container thingy. And now how about some other sauces? You want some mustard, honey mustard? Okay, so I'm going to pick up the little thing of honey mustard, tap it on the counter, right? And we're going to squirt it onto our sandwich and put that back. So far, I'm liking the sandwich. Okay, so we put some sauce on our sandwich. Now, we're always going to have bacon because that just is awesome on sandwiches. So we're going to reach into our bacon container here, grab a couple pieces of bacon and put it on our sandwich. And now we need some meat. So what kind of meat do you want? Turkey. So I'm going to open the little fridge underneath and I'm going to find my little package of turkey and I'm going to pull it out and close that little fridge. And we're going to put the turkey on the sandwich. Do you want some cheese? So I need to open up that cheese drawer to find the cheese. And what kind of cheese would you like? Provolone. So I look in my little cheese drawer and oh no, there's no provolone sliced. Hold up just a minute. I'll be right back. So I'm going to go to the big walk-in cooler and I'm going to dig through all of the the little totes that have the lids on them until I find the cheese, and then we're going to slice the cheese. So we'll use this cheese slicer, and we're going to put it on our sandwich. So now, would you like that toasted? So we're going to take it over to the toaster. But unfortunately, that toaster is being used right now. So we're just going to kind of wait. And our hand's probably going to lean on the counter because it's been a really long day. Right? So finally, it's our turn. And we put the sandwich in the toaster and we turn the time and we wait until it dings. And when it dings, we pick up that big paddle thing, slide it in, and pull our sandwich out. So far, sounds like a decent sandwich, right? So, I'm sorry, where are we? Do you want lettuce on that? Okay, so I'm going to reach my hand in and we're going to get the lettuce and we're going to spread it all over that sandwich. And how about some tomato? So I'm going to reach into the tomato container and get some tomato and put it on there. Pickles? Oh, those garlic pickles are awesome, aren't they? So I'm going to pick the pickles up and squeeze that pickle juice because we don't want a soggy sandwich. Squeeze that pickle juice out and put those pickles on. Olives? We're going to get some olives and put on there. Green pepper or onion? We'll get some of that and put it on there. Anything else you want on there?
A little ring.
Oh, let's pick up our ranch bottle and squirt that on there. How about some salt and pepper? Sure. So I'll pick up the salt and put it on. Pepper, put it on. Oil, vinegar. Okay, and we'll put that on as well. So now we've built a wonderful sandwich. And oh man, that looks really good. And I'm going to pick up that knife that I cut the bread with, and I'm going to shove it inside the sandwich to fold it over so that all the stuff doesn't come out. And I'm going to wrap it up. How many guys are hungry? So we felt pretty good about the sandwich worker wearing gloves to make that sandwich. You wouldn't want that sandwich worker to touch your food with ungloved hands because that's just not hygienic, is it? We expect gloves in that situation. But my question is, did those gloves really do what you expected them to do? No. Throw that comment back up, please. Yep. Jen says, this sandwich lecture is probably my favorite. Thank you, Jen. I give this lecture every class. Now, the one thing that you need to know is that this was a real sandwich. I ordered this sandwich and I took pictures of every single step and I ate that sandwich and it was delicious. Now, we just learned that gloves probably didn't do what we thought those gloves were going to do. So let's talk a little bit. Yeah, I know, Dan. Yep, makes me more observant. Yeah, don't get me started on buffets. So, what did those gloves touch? But let's break it down. Let's be a little more specific than everything. It touched the outside of the bread cart. It touched the knife to cut the bread. It touched the mayonnaise spreader. It touched the sauce bottles. It touched the bacon package. It touched the meat and the cheese drawer, the walk-in cooler, the totes inside the walk-in cooler, the cheese slicer, the counter, obviously, the toaster, the paddle for the toaster controls, all of those toppings, and the sandwich as well. Then we have the wrapper and maybe they went and punched it into, their order thing. I mean, there's a lot of other things those gloves could have touched as well. That's just the minimum. So our question here is, were those gloves effective? Well, before you say no, let me give you another perspective. Those gloves might have been effective if they were trying to protect the worker. So right now, you're thinking those gloves were not effective because they touched everything else, right? So you're thinking about it from one side. So what we really need to figure out when we're wearing gloves is who are they there to protect? Okay. So we got to, yeah. So if we're going to wear gloves, this question is going to become relevant. You guys see that? This question becomes relevant. So we have to think about gloves a little bit differently than we did 10 minutes ago, especially in healthcare. Now, the reason this becomes super important is because of something called the chain of infection. Now, the chain of infection, this is a very important concept in medicine specifically, and you're going to have test questions on the chain of infection. It's also going to be super relevant to your daily life in healthcare. So let's learn a little bit about the chain of infection, and then we're going to come back to our gloves in just a minute. But the leaves method on page 123 has that graphic. Here it is in a bigger version. But our chain of infection tells us how something spreads from one person to another. And it's actually a little more scientific than you would think. So we have to start out with a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem. If you don't have hepatitis, I can't get hepatitis. No pathogen, no problem, right? So the first thing we have to have is a pathogen. Now, the thing about pathogens is they're really picky. I mean, these things are super picky. And they're not nearly as scary as you think they are, right? We vilify these things all the time. Pathogens are really not as scary if you understand them. Now, the first thing you need to know about pathogens is they don't do very well homeless. Okay? They're like warm, comfy type of people, like me. I want to be comfy. I would not do well homeless at all. Okay? They got to have a place to live. Pathogens outside of a place to live, they don't hang around very long. They tend to die like pretty quickly. 20 minutes to 2 hours. Pretty quickly. So that pathogen, in order to be happy and do its damage, has to have a place to live. Now, we call that place to live a reservoir, or if it's living, a host. Good? Okay, so that pathogen, we have a pathogen guy, and he needs a place to live. Now, he's happy in his place to live. It's comfy. It's got all the comforts of home, and that pathogen is not real thrilled about leaving home. It's kind of a homebody, wants to stick around. Everything it needs is here. So that pathogen is not leaving willingly. It can't punch a hole through your skin. A pathogen in a patient is not a problem unless it finds a doorway out. Pathogens have to use a door to leave, just like here, right? You're not going to punch a hole through that wall to get out. There's a door. Has to have a door to leave. So a pathogen in a patient is not really a problem to you. Good? Makes sense? Okay. They have to leave through doorways. So what's a doorway? What is a doorway? Well, a doorway is any wet body opening. Any wet body opening. So eyes, those are wet, body opening. Nose, it's wet, body opening. Mouth, wet, body opening. Genitals, rectal area. Wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. Those are all wet body openings. Following me? So this is how your pathogens that are inside your patient can get out. They're not punching through the skin. They're going to get out through the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the genitals, and rectal area. Now hold up. What do we as CNAs, generally do with our patients? Anybody remember the term of what the tasks that we do? ADLs. And ADLs are going to involve all of these wet body openings. We help patients with mouth care. We help patients with denture care. We help patients with toileting, right? So we're all around these things. So should this apply to us? Remember, if we're going to be around these things, pathogens could possibly be coming out. Good? Make sense? Following me so far? All right. So once that pathogen makes it out through a doorway, the thing about pathogens is they don't have wings and they don't have feet. They don't travel on their own. A pathogen cannot get from point A to point B by itself. Can't do it. It has to hitch a ride. Now, most pathogens, the majority of pathogens, are going to hitch a ride in fluid, whether it's blood or other body fluids. Most pathogens hitch a ride in fluid. But there are some that are super, super small, and they can hitch a ride on droplets that come out or air currents. Now, the air currents one, those are super small pathogens. I'm talking about you think microscopic. This is microscopic if it can float on the air. And thankfully for us, there are only a very few pathogens that are able to spread through the air. Most of them are going to spread through fluid. Some of them, like the flu, the common cold, and COVID, are going to spread through droplets. Now, the thing about droplets is, as I'm talking, droplets are coming out. I mean, we expel droplets when we talk, when we laugh, when we cough, when we sneeze, but they're heavy from a molecular standpoint, and they're going to fall within a certain radius. So if you notice, I'm standing over here at least 6 feet away from you. So all of my droplets are not coming into contact with you. Do you remember during COVID, we told you to stand 6 feet away from other people? This is why. Because if somebody had COVID and it was coming out of their doorway, carrying on fluids that were expelled during talking, they'll only go about 6 feet. Good? Starting to understand the guidelines that were put in place? Okay. So this is common with respiratory conditions, droplet, but most things are going to travel in fluids. So when we're going to touch fluids, we have to remember that those came out of a wet body opening, which means they could potentially be carrying a pathogen. Questions so far? Are we good? We good? All right, this is called the mode of transmission. How a pathogen gets from point A to point B is a mode of transmission. Is it, does it flow in fluids? Does it, move around on air currents, or does it hitch a ride on droplets that are expelled through talking, eating, sneezing, that type of thing? But just because we have a pathogen who escaped from its home and moved about on some other means, air, fluid, droplet, doesn't really mean that it's a threat to you, right? So we've gotten like halfway through this chain of infection, and so far you still have no threats. Still have no threats. Because that pathogen, wherever it is, has to be able to get inside you. It can't, just like it couldn't burrow out of the skin of a patient, it can't burrow into your skin. It's got to get in through a doorway. Oh, we just learned about doorways. So what kind of doorway should that pathogen need to get into? Can anybody tell me? Mouth? Eyes? Wound? Okay, yeah, rashes? Sores? Nose? Yeah, so eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. So if you have a pathogen on your hand and you rub your eyes because you're super tired, because you've been working long hours, that pathogen could potentially get in. If you wipe your nose because you got a runny nose because it's Arctic air out there, that pathogen has now got an opportunity to come in. If you're going to eat those fries that you just went through the drive-through with, that pathogen has an opportunity to get in. So are you starting to see that these wet body openings are weak points? It lets stuff out, but it also lets things in. So remember I told you about hand sanitizer? We don't want to use this if we're going to have our hands anywhere near our face, because this is where the majority of your openings are. Okay, good. If a pathogen gets out of a patient, travels in whatever medium they use to travel, right, but can't find a doorway to get in, it will die. It will die. So let's say, for example, you have HIV and you cough. Well, that doesn't travel really. You cut your hand and bleed on the table. Okay. Not a threat to you. You're sitting beside it, but not a threat to you because you have no contact with it. But let's say that you decide to help clean that blood up. So you go get some paper towels and you go to clean that blood up. Still, not much of a threat to you because it's not going to burrow in your skin, but you don't go wash your hands and you decide to eat a package of cookies. Well, now we've got a potential invasion. You guys see how that would work? Okay. But if that pathogen just stayed on the table, yeah, within 20 minutes, 2 hours, it's dead anyway. It's not going to be a threat. I still don't want to have dead HIV in me because ick, but not much of a threat. Good? All right. So if that pathogen does find an open doorway, though, now it can set up shop, start multiplying like crazy, and make lots of little mini pathogens. Now, the thing about pathogens that you need to understand is that pathogens don't need boy pathogens and girl pathogens to make baby pathogens. Doesn't work like that. All a pathogen needs is the right conditions. And then it just zips itself in half, creates a carbon copy, and off we go. So one pathogen can turn into two. Two turns into 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 512, 1064. And before you know it, you've got an overwhelming infection. We don't want that to happen. So best not to let pathogens in any of your doorways. Good? But even if a pathogen does get into your doorway, there's one more step that it has to overcome to cause an infection. And that is you have to be susceptible. Now, right now, you've got a pretty good working immune system. You're not fighting anything off. Your immune system is in tip-top order, just sitting around waiting for some orders. Our patients, however, don't have that. Our patients are already fighting another war. Their immune system's already busy. So another pathogen shows up to the party, that can be really, really detrimental. Good. And remember, as healthcare workers, as CNAs, we are around all of our patients' wet body openings all the time. So who do you think really is at risk here? The patients. Because you have a pretty good immune system and you get to go home at the end of the day and you are washing your hands frequently, washing all those pathogens off, right? So you're not the one really at risk here. We tend to think healthcare workers are at risk because they work in a pathogen-rich environment, but they're really not the ones at risk if they understand infection control and take the steps necessary to keep themselves safe. Good? Questions? So how does somebody become susceptible, or more importantly, how can we not be susceptible to a pathogen that might invade us? Well, there's a couple of ways to do this. First, keep your immune system in tip-top shape, right? Make sure you exercise, get plenty of rest, get enough vitamin D, all the right things to do, okay? But there's also some other things that we can do. Now, I'm not going to get into a discussion about vaccines and the effectiveness and all of that. We're not going there. But we do need to understand the role vaccines can play and what they do. Okay, so that's what I'm sticking to, the scientific, not the philosophical. So let's explain what a vaccine is and what it does. Okay, everybody with me? If you have a healthy immune system that is trained to fight a specific pathogen, it has a head start. So let me give you an example that might make a little more sense to you. So let's say we have a door over here, okay? So let's say that there's a whole group of bad guys outside that door, and they want to come in here and they want to wreak havoc. Well, of course, they're going to come through the door. They're not punching through the wall, right? So they've got to use a doorway to get in. So the first one comes in and sees you because you're right there. Now, you want to keep all the rest of us safe, right? So you pick up that pen and you start jabbing it with the pen and you don't kill it. Just don't kill it. But you scare it off and it goes outside. And it tells all the other bad guys out there, hey, when you walk in, there's some dude sitting there. He's going to stab you with a pen. So the next pathogen that walks in, right, the next one that walks in, he ducks right because he knows you've got a pen and he knows how to get around you. So he evades you. He avoids that consequence. And now he comes up to you. You look at the bad guy and you go, okay, well, the pen didn't work. I got to come up with something else. So you pick up your cup and you start bashing him over the head with that cup. Nah, doesn't really do much, but it scares him off. He goes back outside and he tells everybody out there, hey, pen guy, cup girl. So the next pathogen that walks in, he, faints right to avoid the pen and ducks to avoid the cup. And now he's over here with me. And I'm like, okay, well, I got to try something else because the pen didn't work and the cup didn't work. I bet you this gun is going to work. And I shoot him. Well, now he's dead. Now I can't go back and tell anybody else about the gun. So the next one that comes in doesn't know the gun is there and I'm going to shoot him too. And the next one, right? So I was able to defeat the bad guy. Make sense? Good? Okay. So what a vaccine does is it tells everybody in this room, hey, this is what the bad guy looks like. So we're better prepared. And not just this is what the bad guy looks like. It says, hey, pens don't work. Cups don't work. You want to kill this guy? You got to use a gun. This is the make, the model, the bullets. This is what you need. Make sense? Good. That's all a vaccine does. It is a bunch of instructions to your white blood cells that gives it a heads up. Cool? So if you have an environment that has certain pathogens that we know are there all the time that are a risk to our healthcare workers, then we might consider maybe giving them some instructions to help their white blood cells overcome any threats so they don't ever get sick from that pathogen. This is why some of your employers might require certain vaccines because of the environment you'll be in. It just gives your immune system a head start. Good? But let me explain one more thing that's very relevant to this. We aren't the only ones with immunity. The bad guys have it too. And what I mean by that is if your bad guy is able to survive your assassination attempt, okay, the pen, it survived. It went out there and told every other bad guy about your defenses. Bad guys have immunity too. So this can work for us, but it can also work against us. And what I mean by that is if you have an infection and you take an antibiotic and you kill some of the bad guys, but you leave others alive, those alive dead guys or alive pathogens are able to tell other pathogens about the antibiotic you took, and they adjust their defenses accordingly. This is why we have antibiotic resistant bacteria now, because people would take a few antibiotics until they felt better, right? So they killed off enough pathogens that they feel better, but they didn't kill them all. You ever hear that saying, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you, right? Dead guys tell no tales. Yeah, that's the thing here. When you take antibiotics, you have to complete all of those antibiotics, every single pill, to make sure that we killed every single bad guy inside and that none remain to spread those secrets. How many of you guys have unused antibiotics sitting in a cabinet at home for later, just in case? Yeah, we all do it. We all do it. But we need to understand that there is a consequence to that, a very serious consequence to that. And, they're saying within 50 to 100 years, we may be in a situation where our antibiotics are no longer effective because of this, because the bad guys are getting smarter. So we've got to make sure that we keep up with that. Good? Make sense? Do you guys understand a little bit about immunity and how it works? Good? I know it's a big lecture. I get it. I know. But hang on, I'm going somewhere with it. Okay. Good morning. All right. So we have a healthy immune system with some trained white blood cells that detect the invading pathogens and kill them. And then if the pathogen is dead, there's no infection. So these are all the parts of that chain of infection. We have a pathogen. They have to have a place to live, a reservoir or a host. They have to have a doorway out. They have to travel in fluid or on air currents or on droplets. Then they have to find a doorway in to somebody else. And then that somebody else has to be susceptible to that infection. If that happens, then the pathogen can set up shop, make copies of itself, and now, congratulations, you are a victim. We don't like that. We want to try to interrupt this process where we can. So let's talk about ways that we can interrupt that process. Remember that most pathogens don't live very long outside of the body. Okay? So most of what we're going to do is going to focus on interrupting this system, not really with cleaning surfaces, although housekeeping does a good job with that. But we're going to look at things a little bit differently. Okay? Remember that with pathogens, they have to travel in fluid. They can't just get through the skin. So skin-to-skin contact, that's not how most pathogens are spread. I used to watch a lot of health shows on Discovery, and it made me laugh how many times, these are, nationally televised shows. You'd think these people know what they're doing, right? How many times people are walking patients down a hallway, the patient is not leaking anything, and they've got gloves on. And then they're touching things as they're walking, like IV poles and computer carts and other patients, because they're just not aware. So we got to start looking at healthcare a little bit differently. That set of gloves is not a magic suit of armor. I'm going to show you in just a minute. If we do touch body fluids, though, remember they can't just automatically get in. They have to come through a door. So it's only when a pathogen leaves a host through a doorway, is able to travel, finds a new doorway, gets in, and that person is susceptible, that the chain of infection will continue. So here's our cardinal rule. When it comes to preventing the spread of infection, don't let stuff from other people's doorways into yours. Let me say that again. Don't let stuff from other people's doorways into yours. And yes, it means exactly what you think it means. Don't let stuff from other people's doorways into yours. We've got to interrupt it there. Okay? So, gloves of all kinds help protect and keep pathogens that are coming out of one doorway from coming into another. This is why we wear gloves anytime we are going to be touching anything wet and sticky that's not ours. So blood, body fluids, urine, feces, or any other wet and sticky body fluids that aren't ours. We're going to use an extra layer of protection to help prevent the spread of infection. But when it comes to gloves in healthcare, we kind of have to look at this a little bit differently, just like the sandwich, okay? When we first started talking about building a sandwich, we were happy that that worker was wearing gloves. We didn't want him touching our sandwich. We were happy with that. But after that lecture, we decided, uh-oh, maybe our sandwich isn't as clean as we thought it was, right? Maybe those gloves didn't do what they were supposed to do. So when it comes to gloves, we have to think about who is the one that actually needs the extra layer of protection here. So in a healthcare setting, remember, your immune system's pretty good, pretty spot on. But your patient is the one at risk. So when it comes to healthcare, we have to remember that those gloves are not just there to protect you. They are really there to protect the person at risk, which is the patient. Told you Monday that this was a big lecture and I was going to have to rewire your thought process on gloves. The patient is the one who needs us to wear gloves. Remember that we are going to wash our hands before we touch the patient. Our cardinal rule is don't touch that patient until your hands are clean, right? We're also going to wash our hands after we've cared for the patient. Our cardinal rule is we end skill with clean hands. So we've washed our hands before and after. We're not the ones at risk here. Who is? The patient. So we've got to keep this in mind as we learn to use our gloves. Good? Good? So you're pretty healthy. Your immune system's currently on standby, but your patient is ill or injured. That means their immune system is currently busy. This is what their immune system looks like. And then we put them in a pathogen-rich environment, and we got some other bad guys that will sneak in on another front, and these are the ones that can do the real damage because your immune system isn't prepared for it. Okay? Remember, pathogens need a doorway in. And as a CNA, this is what we're helping our patients with. Toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating. I mean, there's holes here galore. There's wet holes everywhere. This is what we do. So we really have to understand gloves. Probably more than any other healthcare worker, we have to understand this better than all of them because we're really the ones that are going to be in the trenches. Pun intended. So when we bathe, feed, do mouth care, denture care, peri-care, catheter care, and toileting, we're going to need to consider this pretty heavily. But it's not just that. Anytime we're working around any wet body openings, this is going to come into play. So if we're taking a pulse on somebody and their skin is intact and we wash our hands before and we wash our hands after and we know skin-to-skin contact is not a risk, we don't need gloves. But same skill. We're going to take a pulse on somebody, but they've got a huge incision down the arm that we're going to take the pulse on. Does that change anything? Okay, we're going to be working around an incision, which is a doorway. There's a potential pathogen. So now do I need gloves? Same skill, different outcome. Gloves are not based on the skill. They're based on the patient we're doing the skill on, which is why we have to evaluate gloves for every single skill, because the patients are the ones that are changing. Good? Make sense? All right. So gloves provide an extra layer of protection for the patient. They're supposed to keep us from introducing extra pathogens to the patient, but they only work if we use them right. They only work if we use them right. So what can we do about the potential pathogens coming out of the patient? Well, remember, doorways out need a doorway in. So if we can block the transfer at that point, right? We got stuff coming out of a doorway in the patient. We can't fix that, right? Can't fix that. Patients are going to bleed. Patients are going to pee. Patients are going to do all kinds of stuff. We can't fix that. But what we can do is put an extra layer of protection between whatever that stuff is and us. So if we're going to be touching anything wet, sticky, ooey, or gooey that comes out of somebody else, put a set of gloves on. Give yourself an extra layer of protection. But in reality, we have to remember that if there's a doorway letting stuff out, that same doorway can let things in. So if we're working around body openings, we need to make sure we're not bringing pathogens to the patient through that opening as well. So gloves are going to protect us, but they're also going to protect the patient. But only if we use them right. We're going to get to that. You can't tell if somebody has a pathogen by looking at them. I mean, look at me. Can you tell if I've got hepatitis? There's no sign on my head that says whether I have hepatitis. You have no idea. Can you tell if I have HIV? No sign on my head. Can you tell if I have COVID? No sign on my head. So the problem is that we can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have a pathogen. Now, let me tell you how committed I am to this concept. My oldest son was about 17 or 18 years old when he went to help their dad go down south with a job. And during this job, he dropped something on his leg and it cut him right down to the tendon. So my husband calls me up. It just kind of scraped right along the top of his foot. He calls me up. What do I do? Now, they're like 3 hours away. I was like, okay, go to the pharmacy, go get these things, clean the wound, dress it, bring them home to me, and I'll take a look at it. So my son comes home, and I put a set of gloves on to unwrap the wound and take a look at it. And he's like, Mom, I'm your son. Why do you need gloves? And I said, well, yes, you're my son and I love you dearly, but you have been out of my sight for more than 15 minutes in your lifetime. I don't know what has gone where. So I don't know if you have a pathogen in you. I also don't want to introduce pathogens into the wound as well. So even though you're my son and I love you to pieces, we both need to be protected here because it's a skin opening. Now, if I'm going to do that with my son, you better bet I'm going to do that with every stranger I come across. Got it? That's how important this is. Okay. So when working with all patients, we have to assume that they have some sort of pathogen hiding inside that would like a way out and wants a new host. So we are going to take these precautions with every patient we care for. This is called universal precautions because it applies universally. It's also called standard precautions. So anytime we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin on any patient, we're going to add an extra layer of protection, which is gloves. And this is the principle that we're working with here. Good? We're going to use gloves anytime we touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. So let me talk about personal skin real quick. Sure, genitals, we talked about that. They're body openings, they're windows or doorways. You know, stuff gets out, stuff gets in. We know about that. But let's talk about breasts for a second. So on women, breasts are considered personal skin. You want to make sure you're wearing gloves when you're handling any personal skin, not just because of the potential for wet body fluids, but more importantly for patient comfort here. If you're going to touch any personal skin, you really need to have some gloves on. I define this as anything normally covered by a bathing suit. Okay, normally covered by a bathing suit. Unless you're in the south of France, and then things are different. But here in America, normally covered by a bathing suit. All right. So when we evaluate if we need gloves, we have to think about those doorways, right? If it's something that will let a body fluid out, it's also something that would let a pathogen in. So keep that in mind. Doorways always work in two ways. But if we are going to wear gloves, we have to use them right. And the way to use them right is the first thing those gloves should touch is the patient, not the privacy curtain, not the supply, or the drawer that you're getting the supplies, not the bed frame, right? Everything that you touch is going to contaminate those gloves, and then you're going to put those gloves right up next to a wet body opening. So we're going to do all of our prep work before we put our gloves on. We're going to put the head of the bed up if we need to. We're going to put the towel on the patient if we need to. We're going to get the toothpaste on the toothbrush if we need to. Whatever steps need to be taken to prepare that patient or that skill for that patient, we're going to do before we put the gloves on. That way, our gloves are clean when they go near those doorways. How many guys have ever seen a healthcare worker walk in a room, put on a pair of gloves, and then just go to town? And they touch everything, everything. Did those gloves do what they were supposed to do? In that case, that healthcare worker is wearing gloves for them, not for the patient. Who's the one at risk? So this is where we get into trouble as healthcare workers, right? Just like the sandwich people. So we get into routines. When you do something without thinking about it, when it becomes a routine and you're doing things without thinking about it, the problem is you're no longer thinking. And when we're no longer thinking in a pathogen-rich environment, that's a problem. So gloves are not routine. We don't just simply wear gloves for every patient encounter in every setting, because if you do that, you are going to put both yourself and your patient at risk. We have to think about this every single time. Good? So the first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. And then once you've touched the patient, now you got to pay attention to what those gloves are touching after that. Are you spreading pathogens to the curtain or the bed frame or the call light or whatever? So be careful about what your gloves are touching. Remember, those gloves are going to spread pathogens after you've touched the patient. So what have your dirty gloves touched? And then we have to learn how to remove soiled gloves correctly. So let's, we're going to take a break in just a few minutes, but you've got some gloves on your table. I want everybody to put a pair of gloves on, please. Yeah, I need a set too.
I'm paranoid, so I feel like I already broke every rule.
Ah, thank you. Of course, I have to do the one that's at the bottom, right? Okay, I used to do an activity with this. It's super fun, but unfortunately, I don't have everything here that I need to do with it. But when you go home today, if you have shaving cream, I'm not talking about the gel stuff, I'm talking old-fashioned shaving cream, right? The white foamy stuff, right? If you use shaving cream and just put a drop of food coloring on it, make it a color. I don't care what color, just make it a color that makes it easy to see. And then touch it with your gloves. So now you've got red shaving cream all over your hands, right? The goal is to get these gloves off without getting any of that shaving cream on your skin. Because remember, that shaving cream is body fluids or pathogens, right? So it's a really quick way of figuring out whether you're doing this right. Now, I don't like doing that in class because food coloring will stain clothing, right? And you guys paid good money for your uniform. So But if you get a chance at home, give this a try because it will tell you right away whether you're doing it right or not. So in order to remove gloves correctly, dirty glove can touch dirty glove. Dirty glove cannot touch skin. Keep that in mind. So in order to get this glove off, I cannot go under. I'm going to pinch up here at the cuff, not down here where I can touch the skin. Don't go. Do you see this? Right? If I do this, I'll touch that skin. You want to pinch here. Oh yeah, you, go ahead and grab one from over there. So we're going to pull here, not way down here, here at the palm. And we're going to pull that off inside out. Once we pull that off inside out, we're going to wind it up in our hands so it doesn't flap around and contaminate anything else. I want control. Skin can touch skin, but skin cannot touch dirty glove. So we don't want to do this. We want to go underneath, only touch the inside of the glove and pull that off. So we have one inside out glove inside the other inside out glove. Say that 3 times fast. You can use these gloves to clean your toilet at home. All right. So everybody good on how to remove your gloves? Here's the thing about gloves, though. They're not the magic suit of armor everybody thinks they are. I don't know why, but we have this misconception of gloves. They are not a magic suit of armor. I'm going to prove it to you. Never take anything I say. Never take anything I say as gospel without having something back it up. Anybody can tell you anything. It's only when they can prove it that you should accept it. Do not trust what people say. There always has to be proof behind it. That is super important in medicine because people will say things all the time, like blood is blue until it hits the air. Absolutely untrue. I have seen 100 instructors say that. Absolutely untrue. We know because when we pull blood out with a vacuum and it doesn't hit air, it's not blue. But people will say it. Just because somebody has some initials behind their name does not mean that they are an authority. Be very careful, guys. You always need proof. Okay? So let me prove this to you. How many of you guys have ever seen balloons? Right? We have these at parties all the time. Okay, so we go to the Dollar Tree or wherever, we get a package of these latex balloons, we have them filled up with helium, they bop up against the ceiling for a couple of days, right? What happens after a couple of days? Yeah, deflates. How does that happen? Here's physics. Okay, didn't think you were going to get into physics in CNA school, right? Here's physics. Latex, same material that gloves are made out of, most gloves, by the way. Latex is full of holes. It is a man-made material. It is woven together. You can't see the holes. They're microscopic, super, super, super duper small. But you know what else is super, super duper small? Pathogens. So to them, these look like doorways, right? So when we have latex and we fill it with helium and we stretch it, what do you think happens to those holes? They get bigger. Sure. So now the pathogens are like, cool. These are like huge openings for us. Okay, good. So if oxygen molecules can get out of the surface of this balloon, pathogens can certainly get in. Those gloves are not protecting you the way you think they are. Now, there's 2 things that are going to affect this, right? When we first put, let me go back. When we first put helium into the balloon, it holds the helium, right? A couple days. It takes time for that deflation to occur. Same thing happens with gloves as well. 2 things are going to affect this, time and stretch. You want to make sure that you're wearing gloves that fit appropriately. If you're trying to cram extra large hands into medium gloves, this is not going to work out for you because you just made your holes like tractor trailer size. Okay? make sure you're wearing the right gloves for the job. The other thing is pay attention to how long you've got those gloves on, because time will affect this. The longer you wear the gloves, the more likely pathogen transfer has occurred. Now, they've done this a million times, this experiment. I love this experiment. But let me just get through the slides. I forget. Pathogens will get through these holes, right? What do gloves make your hands do? Anybody ever wear gloves? What do they make your hands do? Sweat. It holds in body heat. They don't breathe very well, so they make your hands sweat. Well, I mentioned on Monday, very quickly, because it was at the end of class, warm, dark, moist environments. Pathogens, ideal place, right? So let's think about the hand. We're holding in body heat, so it is warm. Most gloves are opaque, so that makes it dark. And your sweat makes it moist. Do we need little boy pathogens, little girl pathogens, first date, second dates, and all that to make baby pathogens? No. We just need the right ingredients. Warm, dark, moist. So a pathogen that gets through the gloves and onto your hands will replicate. Not might. Will. One pathogen can become 2048 pretty quickly. Time is going to play a factor into this. They have, like I said, done this experiment a million times. They will have you wash your hands really well. They will culture your hands. What's on there? What kind of pathogens we got? Hopefully none if you wash your hands right. Then they'll have you put on a pair of gloves and go do some tasks. And then you take the gloves off and they culture the hands again. Now, we would think, ideally, in an ideal world, there would be no pathogens on the hands. You washed your hands, you wore gloves. Every single time, pathogens are cultured after glove use. This happens. Those gloves are not protecting you the way you think they are. And yet healthcare workers, the biggest mistake they make is they put on a pair of gloves, they do their task, they take their gloves off and think, I don't need to wash my hands because I use gloves. Yeah. Anybody ever shop at big box stores down the, we won't say the name, but you know, the place you can buy tires and groceries? Have you ever seen the little lady cashiers and they've got gloves on and they're checking you out, right? Because they don't want to touch your ketchup bottle. Who knows who's touched that ketchup bottle? And they'll stand there for 4 hours during their shift and they will scan all of that stuff and they'll wear gloves for those 4 hours. And then at the end of the 4 hours, when they go on break, they'll take those gloves off and think, I'm good. I wore gloves. I didn't touch those ketchup bottles, and they don't wash their hands. They sit down to eat their tuna salad sandwich with a side of E. coli. They would be much, much better to not wear gloves at all and wash their hands before they eat. Little knowledge can be a dangerous thing if not used correctly. Good? Okay. So if we wear gloves and we know that pathogens can get through those gloves onto the surface of our hands, what do we want to do after we take our gloves off? Now, glove manufacturers have tried to do everything possible to get you to do this step. They put powders in there that irritate your skin to make you go wash your hands. They will put foul-smelling stuff in there to make, make it so you don't like the smell of it, to make you go. And people just, they won't go wash their hands after that. Go wash your hands. Those gloves do not keep you safe. They just did not. Good? Good? Did you learn anything about gloves today? Did I challenge the way that you think? All right, so page 43 has a step-by-step instructions on how to remove our gloves. This is a slide I'm going to keep up here for just a few minutes for you guys to be able to refer back to, but we're going to pinch up at the palm, pull that one off inside out, hold it in our other glove, and then go up and under that second glove to remove it. and then you can throw those gloves away. So those are glove rules. Our rules are we're going to use gloves if we might touch any body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. The first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. What have your dirty gloves touched after you've touched the patient? Prevent cross-contamination. And we need to know how to remove our soiled gloves correctly. So you're going to hear this over and over and over again. This is not the last time, right? We're going to go over glove rules for each class that we do moving forward up until I think the last 3 classes. We review all of the principles before we go on to something new. You will hear this again until you hear me in your head. Good? Questions? All right, we now have everything we need to learn to finally learn our first skill. Whew. Let's take a break first. I got to try to find where we were because unfortunately I've lost my place. There we are. Okay, 127. And it'll change each class session, but yeah. So I know some of you guys are still waiting in the back, and that's fine. I'm just going to get started. Okay, you can still listen in. Is everybody good so far? Everybody okay? Am I going too fast for anybody? Is anyone hopelessly lost? Okay. We did pass out class 1 review sheet. Unfortunately, I was running late on Monday, forgot to give it to you. I'm so sorry. You'll get another one today at the end of class. If you do these as we give them to you, it makes an awesome, awesome review packet while you're sitting in your car waiting to test. Everything you need to pass a test is on these review sheets. Everything. So those of you who are attending virtually, you can download these same review sheets that my students are getting in the class on flcnatraining.com. Okay. So you can go to flcnatraining.com and on each class replay, you'll see the review sheet. So you guys have access to that as well. All right, you guys ready to get started? Let's learn our first skill. So if you look at this again, now we looked at this like an hour ago, but if you look at this again, you'll see we already know the skill rules. We follow the care plan. We know the opening, knock, knock, knock. We know glove rules. We have to evaluate whether we're going to be touching any body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin when we do this skill. And we know the closing. Thank you very much. Right? So we know those things. All we have to learn now to do pulse is this. 8 little steps. Super easy. Got it? Guys, remember how long a peanut butter and jelly was? Yeah. So this is only 8. Oh my gosh, this is a piece of cake. So in order to learn how to take a pulse, we kind of have to learn what a pulse is. I'm just going to put this, thank you. I know I'm going to spell it. Thanks. I probably need like a little table here at some point. Okay. So let's talk about what a pulse is. So on the left side of your chest, yep, you need, okay, we need class 1. So on the left side of your chest, you have a heart right here. That heart squeezes. When that heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. When that heart relaxes to refill, there's a valley. So squeeze, relax, squeeze, relax, squeeze, relax. And this is how blood moves through your circulatory system. It moves through in waves and valleys, just like the ocean. You know how when you're like on a cruise ship and there's, you know, you look out on the ocean and there's waves and valleys? That's exactly what it looks like on the inside of your arteries. Now, this is important. Even slasher movies get this right. Anybody ever watch slasher movies? Right? So in slasher movies, they have blood that spurts out. Well, the spurting, right? Wave, valley, wave, valley, wave. So they even get this right. So it's important that we understand this because that's what we're going to be counting. And we have to know what we're counting in order to figure out how to do this. So heart contracts, pushes out a wave of blood, and then there's a valley. Then there's a wave, and then there's a valley. And what we are going to do to count this is we're going to put 2 fingers down, push down on the top of that artery, and we're going to count how many waves we feel. That's what a pulse is counting how many waves you feel under your fingers for a specified amount of time. That's all a pulse is. Good? Everybody's got a different pulse. So one of the things that kind of cracks me up, though, is I get a lot of questions on my YouTube channel. And one of the questions I got recently is, so do we stop when we get to 60? No. You're trying to count how many this patient has. This one right here. This one. You don't stop until you reach the end of the time. So this isn't about counting to a certain number. I mean, I could just stand here and count to 60, but that doesn't do anybody any good. What we're doing is trying to figure out how many waves this guy has in a certain amount of time. So if we count the waves, right, if we count these waves, that tells us how many times that heart beat over that time period. We call this an indirect measurement because we're not over here at the heart finding out how many times it beat. We're going by the waves. The heart produced the waves. So this is an indirect measurement of heart rate. Good. Now, normal here, normal is between 60 and 100. Is everybody going to land there? No. There's lots of people that are abnormal. Yeah, I'm abnormal. I actually take a medication to keep my heart rate a little bit lower because mine tends to go, woo! It like rides a roller coaster. It does weird things. And then there's people who have a really low heart rate, under 60. Right? So we are all on a spectrum of some sort. So we aren't counting to a specific number. We're counting for a specific time. Doesn't matter what number we get. We're counting for a specific time. So one of the questions I get a lot is, well, how long do we have to count? What is the specific time? Well, that's going to depend on your care plan. Okay. If the care plan doesn't specify, then we can take some shortcuts. We can count for 15 seconds, multiply that by 4, and that gives us our 1 minute reading. Pulses are always measured over a minute, but that doesn't mean we have to count for the whole minute. But there are going to be some care plans out there that tell you, hey, we do want you to count for that whole minute. Maybe the patient's on a medication that makes their heart rate a little more variable. Or maybe they have a condition called AFib that makes their heart rate super crazy with a rhythm. So most hearts should be pretty rhythmic. Boom, 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 boom. It's pretty rhythmic, right? AFib, not like that. AFib is more like a rave. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. It just is like crazy. If you count that for 15 seconds and multiply it by 4, you're not going to get what the pulse was really like over a minute because it's just too crazy. Make sense? So some patients will need their pulse counted for 1 full minute. That would be in the care plan. And if it doesn't specify, yeah, then we can take some shortcuts. Good? Questions? But our normal should be between 60 and 100. Let me tell you something. It has nothing to do with the test, but this is like a really cool piece of trivia. Okay. So, anybody know what the word cardio means? Like if you go to the gym and you do a cardio workout, do you know what that term cardio means? Okay, so the word is heart. Yeah, cardio means heart. Good? So when you do cardio exercises, your heart's a muscle, just like my bicep. If I went to the gym and I did bicep curls all day, every day, I'd have biceps to kill for. Now, clearly I don't. Okay, don't judge. But if I did, I'd have huge biceps, right, that are well-toned and really muscular and do a fantastic job because that's the muscle I'm working on. Now, if I go do cardio exercises, what's the muscle I'm working on? My heart. That's right. So cardio athletes. Now, I'm not talking about the people that run a couple times a week. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about super cardio athletes, the people who are cycling in the Tour de France, those that are swimming the English Channel, right? These are super cardio athletes, right? So what they've done, because their exercise is very heart-centric, very cardio heavy, they have made their heart muscles super, super strong. So one of their heart contractions is worth like 4 of mine. Because my heart just goes, Yeah, it pushes out enough blood, but it's not like setting any world records, right? But a cardio athlete, their heart is super strong and it goes whoosh. So it doesn't have to beat as often. It can take a little break. And then it can go whoosh, pushes out a ton of blood and can take a little break, right? So cardio athletes, their heart rates could be really low and still have perfect perfusion because each of their contractions are very powerful and pushes out the blood that 4 of mine do. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we could have bodybuilders. Now, bodybuilders, they've got huge biceps, right? They walk around like this, huge muscles, right? But they're working their skeletal muscles. They're not doing cardio because cardio leans you out. They don't do cardio. So they just added more muscle mass for the heart to feed, but they didn't strengthen their pump. So if we have more muscle to feed and we didn't really help our heart muscle get any stronger, that means that the heart is probably going to have to pump faster to feed all of that new skeletal muscle. So bodybuilders often have a higher heart rate, and cardio athletes often have a lower heart rate. Now, is this a judgment that we can make as CNAs? So if we get a heart rate of 40 and our normals between 60 and 100, who should we tell? The nurse. Now, sometimes the nurse will go running down the hallway and go, 40, too low. We got to do something. And sometimes I go, oh yeah, it's fine. Now, as a CNA, if you didn't know that piece of information, that would be very confusing. Why did you run for 140 and fine with the other? Same number. What's going on? Well, because the nurse knew that the second person is a cardio athlete, because that's something we found out during our assessment. So when we do assessments, we look at everything, even the type of work a patient does and the type of hobbies that they have, because those things can actually influence the care plan. Isn't that crazy? Good? Make sense? All right, so when we're taking a pulse, we're going to use 2 fingers. We do not use our thumb. Your thumb has an artery in it, and if you press down on that artery, you'll get your own pulse. Won't help us a bit. We want to use 2 fingers. The fingers that we use, we want to use the fingertips, not the flat part of the fingers. So I'm not just going to lay my fingers down like this. I have way more nerve endings in the top of my fingers than I do down here. And remember, I'm trying to feel a wave of blood. This is not like a huge thing. I want nerve endings. I want to stack the deck in my favor, right? So I'm going to use my fingertips, and I've got to be over the artery. Now, that's a problem. Where's the artery, right? We don't have a road map here, and every artery is in a little different place. But we know about where it is. We know the neighborhood. So let me help you find your artery. Remember, don't use your thumb. But if you put one of your hands out with your thumb sticking up, like you're going to shake somebody's hand. So put your hand out like this. Along the top is a bone. Find your bone. Feel that bone? Put your 2 fingers on that bone like you're going to dive off a cliff, and then dive. Just roll it forward and put your thumb on the back. You'll probably feel your pulse under your fingers. And that's because the artery is going to go right up against that bone. That's where the artery lies. It lies right up against it. Literally, they're besties. They're right up, the artery's right next to that bone. So what we want to do is push in on the artery a little bit so that we can feel those waves, but we're going to use the bone as our backstop. Okay, so we're pushing the artery into the bone. But if we push too hard, it's like a straw. If you crimp a straw, is anything going to get through? So we don't want to push too hard. Otherwise, we're crimping our straw and we're not going to feel anything. But you don't want to push too light because, let me go back one. In a perfect world, let me go back 2. In a perfect world, those waves are not hitting the top of an artery. So if you don't press down enough, you're not going to feel it. If you press down too much, you stop the flow of blood. So we want a happy medium. And for everybody, this is a little bit different. So you want to find the spot, press in. Don't feel anything, press a little harder. Don't feel anything, press a little harder. Don't feel anything, press a little harder. Still don't feel anything, you're not in the right spot. Good? Questions? Can you use your thumb? So let's talk about that thumb. If we're not going to use a thumb, what should it be doing? So your thumb actually has an important job here. Your thumb is going to be on the back side of the wrist. We're not using it to take the pulse, but we have to use it to keep our hands on consistent pressure. So this is what happens, guys. If you just use your fingers and set them here, you'll find the pulse, no problem. But over a full minute, your hand is going to relax. You can't help it. It just will. You can't stop it from happening. Your fingers will relax. And when your fingers relax, you lose the pulse. And then you have to start over. Where do those evaluators want to be? At home, in there, drinking their margaritas. They don't want to be watching you fumble through a pulse 15 times. Right? You can start the skill over as much as you need to, but you're going to make them grumpy the more you do it. So if you put your thumb on the back side of the wrist when you're taking a pulse, it will keep your fingers from relaxing. It holds consistent pressure, and you're less likely to lose that pulse count. Good? Questions? So how long do we have to count for? Easy answer. Care plan. So if we look on page, I don't know what page it is. What page is it? Hold on. Okay, thank you. If we look on page 53, we should see a care plan at the top of the page. See the little nurse person right next to a clipboard says care plan? It's a pretty big hint it's a care plan. So that care plan says patient will be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse. Where's the radial pulse? Read the care plan. Where's the radial pulse? Measured at the wrist. Yeah. So the care plan for the test doesn't just tell you what to measure. It tells you where it's at. Radial pulse measured at the wrist. For how long? 1 full minute. Nope. This is the testing care plan. The only. This is it. When you go take the test, this is exactly word for word what the care plan is going to tell you to do. Good cheat, right? Yeah. So, sure, there's lots of pulse points on the body. Absolutely. There are. The wrist is not the only place we can take pulse. In fact, next week, we're going to learn blood pressure, and we're going to learn a whole new pulse point, the brachial. So there are other pulse points, but here's the problem. CNAs usually will use the radial pulse for all pulse measurements 99.9999999% of the time. Unless the patient is missing both arms, we're using the radial. Because there's some problems with the other pulse points. This one that we're going to use for blood pressure, buried super deep, hard to feel, not a good place to take a pulse. We also have one on the inside of our armpits. I like you, but not that much. Okay, I'm not putting my hands in your armpits to take a pulse. Not when I got a perfectly good wrist sitting there. We also have the carotid. We're going to get to that one in a minute. Okay, we got the carotid. We also have the femoral. Please do not use the femoral to take a pulse on a patient unless the care plan specifically tells you to. And that's not normal, so that would be done by the nurse. You starting to put those pieces together? We also have one on the back side of the knee. It's super hard to find. It is there, but hard to find. And then you got one on the top of the foot as well. Those are all super inconvenient places when we've got a wrist just sitting there begging for our attention. Let me talk about the carotid. Now, we do use the carotid as CNAs in healthcare when we think our patient is dead, or the new term, unalive. I think Facebook now censors you when you say the D word. Here's the problem, okay? And I'm going to pick on you just because you're like right there. Here's the problem. If I go to take a carotid pulse on an alive person, this is what it looks like. Can I touch you? Is that okay? This is what it looks like. How comfortable are you with me, a complete stranger, putting my hand around your neck?
Not very comfortable.
Not very comfortable. So that's going to cause anxiety. What do you think anxiety is going to do to a pulse rate? Raise it. So am I getting an accurate reading? So should we use a carotid pulse when we're counting a patient's pulse rate? No. Now, if we think the patient is unalive, I want a response, right? So we would use the carotid pulse. It's the largest pulse. It's the easiest to find. So for CPR, you would use the carotid. Good? Now we're going to talk about CPR on Monday. Julie, who teaches CPR in this room, it's actually her room. I'm just borrowing it. She is going to have a special CPR day for you guys at a reduced rate, specifically for my class. And there won't be any outsiders. It's for you guys. And we're going to work out a date at when she comes in after class. And I'll let you know that on Monday. I'll probably email it to you as well. And then you can sign up. You'll have a special link to sign up on her website, but getting that special pricing. So I'll give all of that to you as soon as I find out the details. Okay. But she's going to talk to you, and she's super fun. She has music and it's fun. But she's going to talk to you about using the carotid. Good? Questions? So for the test, it tells us to take the patient's radial pulse measured at the wrist. Now, this is kind of tricky because there's actually another pulse point in the wrist as well. It's kind of like a second cousin once removed. It's like way outside of the family tree, but it's still there. There is way down here at your pinky an ulnar pulse. Super hard to feel, super hard to find. It's not where we need to be because our care plan is telling us radial. So if you go take the test and you are not in the right place and you use the ulnar pulse instead, if your fingers are way down here, did you follow the care plan? So what do we know about not following the care plan for the test? You fail. So this isn't about you, is it? It's about knowing your role, following the care plan. Good? Makes sense? Makes sense? All right. So hand out, thumb up, fingers on top of the bone, roll forward. You should feel the pulse. Put your thumb on the back. And then we're going to pick a starting point on the clock, and out loud, we're going to say start. Now, the reason we have to say start out loud is because you are on one side of the patient over here taking this pulse. Who do you think might be on this side of the patient taking a pulse? It's a test. Who's going to be over here? Yeah, the evaluator. Absolutely. So they're going to try to figure out whether you're accurate or not. You have to say start so the evaluator starts counting when you do. Hopefully you'll get the right number. But if you don't, it's not a big deal because you could be off by 4 beats in either direction. Real human. Real one. Living and breathing, hopefully, so they have a pulse. So you can be off by 4 beats in either direction from what the evaluator gets. Doesn't have to be 100% spot on. They give you a margin of error. So if the evaluator got 76, which is a good pulse, that's okay. If the evaluator got 76, which remember 60 to 100 is normal, evaluator gets 76. If you get 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80, you're still considered accurate. So you don't have to be spot on. Good? Questions? Everybody good with that? How long are we counting? Easy answer, why? Care plan said. Easy answer. Easy answer. Now, this is how we do it. Remember that all pulses are measured over 1 minute. Even if we're not counting for a minute, it's measured over a minute. So this is how you do the shortcut. If we count for 15 seconds, 4 of those makes a minute. That's why we multiply by 4. Does everybody know how to count 15 seconds on a clock like that? Or how to count a minute on a clock with a second hand? I ask this because, you know, a lot of you younger people are digital age, right? All time is on the phone now, you know, that's how we find out our time. So clocks like this, what we call analog clocks, this is what they're using on the state exam. So you want to pick a point where the second hand is when you say start, and you're going to count what you feel until that second hand goes all the way around to that point again, and then that's a full minute. All right. So here is our step-by-step instructions. Our care plan is at the top of the page. It's the same care plan I just read to you. Patient be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse, measured out the wrist for 1 full minute, record your readings. Step-by-step instructions tells you exactly how to do this skill, including reading the care plan. Knock. Address your patient by name. Introduce yourself by name and title. Get consent. Close the curtain. Wash your hands. Where have we heard those steps before? The opening. Sure. Way down here, you got all the steps of the closing too. So this is step by step. You can take this book home, find any live human laying around, hand them this book, and say, read these steps to me. They read the step, you do it. They read the step, you do it. They read the step, you do it. And you will perform the skill 100% accurately for the test if you follow these instructions. But what you're really doing here is developing a muscle memory. So when you go to the test, you've already done the skill. Your body knows the steps it needs to take. How many guys drive? Anybody drive? Okay. Have you ever gotten in a car, driven somewhere, and when you got there, realized, I don't really remember the drive? Like your brain checked out, you were thinking about something else, right? You are operating a several thousand-pound piece of killing machinery, and your brain checked out, right? We all do it. We all do it. How can we do that? How can we operate a car without our brain being actively involved? What's that? Because you do it every day. Your body developed a muscle memory. Your brain doesn't need to be engaged. Should be, especially if you're on 19, but it doesn't need to be, right? You know how to press the gas and press the brake and pay attention, and allows your mind to do other things. If you do this for the test, if you practice every single skill for the test, by the time you get to the test and you're super scared and super anxious, your body will take over as long as it has a starting point. Every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. That's your starting point. Good? Questions? Oh, Nathalie. So the 4th edition is still good. You can still use that. The skills haven't changed. The 5th edition is just going to have some extra material in it, but you're fine. You've got the 4th edition that will still give you all of the steps you need. All right. Any questions on this? Yes.
Is the evaluator and you on the same person?
Same person,
Okay.
each arm. Yep. So you're on one side and the evaluator's on the other. Now, this patient is laying in bed. I know that because the page 52 at the bottom, where all the skills information says the patient's real, live, laying in bed. So when you're taking the pulse, I know I don't have a bed here. We're working on trying to figure all that out. When you're taking the pulse and your patient is laying in bed, you don't want the arm up here. You don't want to be standing there pulling their arm up, because this causes stress to the muscles. The muscles need more food. What do you think that's going to do to the pulse rate? Raise it. So if you've got the patient's arm up here, are you getting an accurate reading? So the elbow needs to be on the bed. You can elevate the forearm, that's fine, but that elbow needs to be on the bed. Good? Questions? So you're on one side, counting the pulse. The evaluator's on the other side, counting the pulse. You're going to pick a point on the clock, say start. You're going to count what you feel until the second hand gets all the way around, and you're going to say stop. The evaluator's counting from the time you say start until you say stop. The second evaluator is not checked out. Second evaluator has a job to do. That second evaluator is standing there with a pencil and a paper, and when you say start, they write down where that second hand was. And when you say stop, they write down where that second hand was. And if it's not a minute, you didn't comply with that care plan. Now, you can be off a couple seconds in each direction. That's fine. But if you only counted for 15 seconds, does that comply with the care plan? So that second evaluator is busy. They're judging your timing. But because the skill has to be done independently by both evaluators, you got to count with the second evaluator too. So for this skill, you're going to count twice. Make sense? Good. Okay, so we are going to do this together. So bear with me. Okay, I'm going to kind of break you up into groups really quickly. So you three are a group. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to come sit in this chair. And can you bring your chair right around here? Okay. So I would like, let me see here. I would like you to kind of go to the corner and you scoot over too. So you three are kind of together. And then I want you to scoot a little bit closer to the middle. And then I'm going to work with you. So hold on just one. Actually, let's see here. Jacob, I have another. Be careful of the cord. Okay, come have a seat here. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a role. Okay, I'm going to point at you and give you a role. Remember your role. So CNA, patient, evaluator. CNA, patient, evaluator. CNA, patient, evaluator. CNA, patient, evaluator. CNA, yeah, you're CNA. CNA, patient. You don't have an evaluator. Okay, so don't count yet. All I want you to do is find the pulse on the patient's arm closest to you using 2 fingers and putting your thumb on the back. So find the pulse using 2 fingers, thumb on the back. So thumb on the back. Thumb on the back. Okay, so bring this arm out and you find the pulse right there. Thumb on the back. Move your fingers up a little bit closer, way up here. More up. Like, more toward the ceiling. It's not in the middle. You got it? Okay, okay. Got it? Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay. So, yep, you can go over just like that. Just like that. Put your thumb on the back. Okay. Okay. So let me find it real quick.
Okay. Oh, I need to go farther down, maybe.
See that bone?
I don't think you're pressing hard enough.
Okay.
Bone, then you go straight.
I found it.
You can pick your own start point, if the most important thing is
You have to press
remembering
kinda
where.
hard.
Yeah, it's right here, right where my fingers are, but you got to press deep.
Okay.
Did you get it? Got it? Got it? Okay, so everybody find the pulse. Hold on to it. When everybody has the pulse, say yes. I'll come over in 1 second. I'm going to, once you find the pulse, I am going to do the timing for you. I'm going to say start. You are going to count the thumps you feel under your finger until I say stop. Don't worry about looking at the clock. All I want you to do is feel and count. Okay, everybody good with that? Feel and count. Does everybody have the pulse? Ready? Okay, that's fine. Let me know if you need me. Press a little harder. You're not going to hurt her.
Just raising my blood
Yeah, I
pressure.
got it now.
Got it?
Yeah.
Ready? Set. Start. Stop. What'd you get?
60.
I got 59. Very good. I know his is a little slow. What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? Okay. What'd you get?
61.
Okay.
94.
Okay. What'd you get?
I
Oh.
lost it.
Lost it? Okay, that's fine. So for the test, if you lose it, you're just going to tell the patient, remember, the evaluators don't count, the patient, oh no, I lost it. Let me start again. And the evaluators are pretty smart cookies. They'll keep up. Okay, good. All right. So the person that was the CNA is now the patient. And the person that was the patient is now the CNA. So go ahead and find. So you were the CNA, right? So you are the patient. So you're going to find the pulse on this arm. And you're going to find the pulse on that arm. Yeah, you can change places. It's fine. You can take a nap. No, down that side. All right. When you find the pulse, say yes. You want to be a little bit, I think you're a little too close to the center.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be more up in here. And you want to use your fingertips as much as possible. I know you've got nails on, but got it? Okay. Got it? Good? Not yet? Yes? Yes? Okay, hold on. So let's put her hand back on the table.
Yeah.
So are you right-handed?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to put our hand over.
Over. That makes sense.
There you go. You got it? Just let me take your time. Let me know when you have it. Let me see. See if I can help you. Okay, hers is pretty faint.
Yeah.
It's right here.
In there?
Be
Okay,
careful
that's
not
what
to
I
press
felt.
too hard, but hers is pretty faint. Okay, everybody ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. Ready, set, start. Stop. How'd you guys do? Okay, how'd you do? Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, I know hers is pretty faint. Okay, the last person is now the patient. Last person is now the patient. Press a little bit harder.
Oh, I got that.
Got it? Now remember, start light, but if you don't get it, go a little deeper, a little deeper, a little deeper. Go ahead and, everybody got it? I think you're a little too close to the middle. It's going to be way up here, right there. Got it? All right, here we go. Ready, set, start. Stop. How'd you do?
She's gonna die. They always say that when I go to the doctor. She got 52.
Okay.
I got this.
Okay. 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 Go ahead and resume your normal seats. Do you do a lot of running?
I play soccer.
Okay.
We're on the same team.
Yep. Oh, okay. All right. So when you were the patient for this, I want you to think about when you were the patient for this. How long was that minute? Oh my gosh, it took forever. Do you remember me telling you that every patient in a hospital thinks they're dying? Just ask them. Okay, they aren't expecting you to count for 1 full minute. They're expecting that whole quick 15-second deal, right? So when you're standing there counting and it's taking forever, they're automatically going to think something is wrong. And they're going to start asking you questions. Now you're trying to count. That is absolutely going to derail you. So if you have a full minute count to make, you need to tell them, I'm going to count your pulse. This is going to take me a full minute. I'll need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done. Now, when you do that, what you're telling them is, this is expected. This is normal. There's no problem here. There's nothing to see. And they'll relax. So we don't have that anxiety pumping up that heart rate. We don't have them derailing us because they're asking us questions. We want to make our patients partners in their care, not a byproduct of it. Good? Make sense? Now, inevitably, when you're done taking vital signs, your patients are probably going to ask, so how was it? Everything okay? What was my blood pressure? What was my pulse? You don't want to answer that question. Now, sure, you could tell them, sure, I got 72. No problem with that. The problem is the follow-up question. Because if you tell someone, yeah, I got your pulse rate was 72, they're going to always, always, always ask, is that okay? Are we allowed to answer that question? No. So your best bet is to not get sucked down that rabbit hole. When they ask you, how was my pulse? All you have to say is, I don't know. I just write the stuff down. The nurse can help you. Play dumb. Play dumb. Because I'm telling you, it's the follow-up questions that will get you in trouble. And let me give an example to tell you why this is a problem, okay? Now, you guys know normals between 60 and 100. So that follow-up question, when they say, oh, is it okay? You're probably going to say, oh, yeah, you're fine, 72, within normal. You're good, you're good, you're good, right? So the problem with that, here's a scenario. We had a girl who, PCT, who was taking pulses or, taking vital signs on everybody on the floor. And a patient asked, what was at this point, it was the blood pressure. What was my blood pressure? And so she told the patient what the reading was. And the patient says, is that okay? And the CNA goes, yeah, no problem. About 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, the doctor and the nurse come in and they say, we've got to give you a medication right now. And the patient's like, why? What's going on? Well, there's a problem with your blood pressure. We need to address it right away. And the patient says, yeah, but the girl that just took it, and she said it was fine. So now the patient is taking the word of the CNA, the doctor and the nurse, because that was the last person to give them information. So now, instead of being able to treat the patient, they've got to go through this whole long explanation process of what's going. So treatment was delayed. Is that the role we want to play? Does that make sense? So a lot of times we think we're being helpful. We really do. But when you give information, there is always a follow-up question. And that's the one that's going to get you in trouble. Good? Makes sense? Okay. Any questions on pulse? So here's our important points. We want to support the arm. Let's see if when I'm reading this, I want you to evaluate whether you did these things, okay? We want to support the arm, specifically the elbow, so make sure it's on a table or something. Don't use your thumb to take the pulse. Use your fingertips, not the flat part of your fingers. The radial pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist. Remember, not the pinky side, up here. We counted for 1 full minute because our care plan told us to. Normal is between 60 and 100. We're going to count with both evaluators. So you guys counted twice, I know, except for you. And then we would have to document. Now, documentation, if you turn in your book to page 168, no, I don't need this, okay. 168 and 169 are the documentation sheets used by the state. So when you're going to take a pulse, this is the documentation sheet you would get with what's on that clipboard thing. That's what it's going to look like. You can see there's a place there to document with both evaluators. You can also see a small, little image of it on page 53. Shows you how to document. In here, I've condensed them all onto one page, just so you've got all the documentation things on one to be able to practice with. So we will have practice time, not today, not next week, but you will have some built-in time starting in week 3. And you can practice these things. And you can grab the documentation sheet to document on. But you want to make sure that you wash your hands before you document. And then what do we have to do after we document? Wash our hands again. Good?
Documentation is just a minute, not the pulse.
You put the number that you counted. So how many thumps you felt under your finger, how many times that thump occurred within that minute. Okay. Don't worry about the amount of time. You don't have to write 1 minute or anything like that because we're following the care plan That should be a given. The evaluators are going to keep track of that. You don't have to. Any other questions? Because we're going to count with evaluator number 1, and then they're going to switch out, and we'll count with evaluator number 2. Yeah. Good? Any other questions on pulse?
So do we go and write it down and then go back?
So for the test, you can do exactly like we have been trained to do our closing, wash our hands, document, and wash our hands again. You can. There's no problem with that. But they'll probably tell you, you don't have to do your closing, just write that number down and count with evaluator number 2. Because where do they want to be? At home, in their pool, drinking their margaritas, right? They'll probably go by what they tell you, okay? But they'll probably tell you, you don't have to do your, just write this one down, count with number 2, and then pick up on your closing. Okay.
The day of the test, they're gonna say, who's gonna say start and start?
You are. Yep. Now, I did that in here for you while you were counting, but remember for the test, you will be doing that part as well. So let me give you a little, I thank you for bringing that up. Let me give you a little cheat for this. When I was a brand new nurse, baby nurse, didn't know anything, I really struggled with this. So I look at the clock, I pick a starting point, and then I start counting, but my brain is counting something over here. How in the world am I supposed to remember that, where I started, when I'm counting over here? And it really messed me up for a long time. I had to really try to figure out, how do I make all of that work together? So what I figured out was, and this works for me, you can find your own process, but this is what works for me. I also learned sign language, okay? In sign language, the way you count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So when I look at the clock and I pick a starting point, let's say I'm going to start with the second hand on the 3. I do this. So my hand is counting. Okay, I'm over here counting the pulse. This hand kept track of where the second hand needs to be. Okay, so if I start with the second hand on the 6, I do this. So I know this hand, that's all it does. It just keeps track of where the second hand has to get to. You can use that method. That might work for you. Or what a lot of people do is they just wait until the second hand gets to the 12. And that's when they start. That way you're always starting on 12. That's fine. And that's okay too. It just, whatever method works best for you. Good? Make sense? You'll never see me start with the second hand on the 11 because I don't have enough hands for that. Okay, not if I'm counting the pulse. Good? Good? Anybody lost yet? Am I going too fast? We are now going to learn 3 more principles. So we know skill rules. We follow we know the opening. Every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. We know glove rules. We're going to wear gloves anytime we touch any body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. And we know the closing. Thank you very much. Right? So we are now going to have to learn 3 more principles. So this is the end of week 1, and we are going to be over half done with the principles. And it should have been relatively painless. Now, we're going to go through these next 3 pretty quickly. I know I spent a lot of time on the others. Kind of overkill. These next 3 we're going to go through pretty quickly. And that's because these are going to be repeated in a million skills. So we're going to hear this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, to the point that you're going to be wanting to throw something at me by week 4. So I'm going to go through this very quickly, but understand if you don't get it right away, it's okay. We're going to hear it again. Good? All right, let's dive in. So we're going to learn dressing a resident with a weak arm. This is on page 102. If you look at the skill synopsis down the side, you'll see we're going to follow the care plan, do our opening, evaluate if we need gloves, barrier rules, privacy blanket, linen rules, dressing specific, and the closing. So a lot of steps here, a lot of principles involved. You can see them all spelled out here. I have a video. I have a video for everything. Cliff Notes versions, short form. Down here is test specific. So somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this skill in 14 minutes or less. And it's going to be done on a mannequin. None of you are getting undressed for the test. Thank you. The mannequin's going to be in the bed. All right, so this is a mannequin skill. Mannequin will be in the bed. So that means if you've got somebody at home that you love and trust, you can make them a mannequin. Otherwise, go buy a Barbie doll to practice. For the test, the mannequin is a life-size mannequin. And the clothes that you're going to put on it are 4 sizes too big on purpose to make this easier on you. So this is the part that I explained to you about the test. The test is grading entry-level skills competency. Entry-level. 9-year-old skills competency. You are not trying to prove that you are a master of your craft. You have 0 experience. We expect you to have 0 experience because if you had experience, you would already be certified. You guys got that? 0 experience. So when you're thinking about the test, you are thinking way up here. Oh my gosh, I got to do everything absolutely perfectly. They're going to make it super hard. They're going to try to trick me. All of those things. Lower your bar. Don't be afraid to go too low. Minimum skills competency. So one of the problems that you guys are going to run into when you're practicing for the test is that you will inevitably compare yourselves to me. I am your, I'm the only experience you have, right? I am the benchmark you are going to grade yourselves against. The problem is the test is not grading you against me. The test is grading you against other yous, not me. You guys understand that? I make this stuff look easy. I make it look smooth. And I do that because I've got over 30 years experience at this. I can't make it look choppy if I wanted to. I just can't. I am too good at this. But the problem is that when you do it, it's going to be choppy. And you're going to think to yourselves, oh my gosh, I can't do this. I'm going to fail. They're going to laugh at me. Your brain is going to give you all kinds of excuses not to take the test. Tell your brain to go fly a kite. You are not being judged against me, ever. You're being judged against other yous, which means it's going to be choppy. You're going to forget things. You're going to have to restart skills. You're going to be doing ums and uhs all the way through it, and that's okay. You got 14 minutes to dress this person. I don't know about you, but it doesn't take me 14 minutes to put clothes on. It might take me 14 minutes to figure out what I'm going to wear. Yeah. But it doesn't take me 14 minutes to put on a pair of socks, pants, and shirts. And if we look at the care plan, that's all we're putting on. We're not doing undergarments. We're not messing with a bra. We're not doing anything crazy. It is socks, pants, shirt, 14 minutes. Slow your roll, people. You got all the time in the world. Don't try to rush this. And if you have to start over. It's okay. But cut yourself the slack that you need to practice. Because if you expect the first time you do this to be perfect, you are setting an unrealistic expectation. And if you don't meet that expectation, you're likely to walk away from this and not test. I don't want you to do that. You invested good money in this class. You have a goal that you want to meet. So don't sabotage yourself along the way. Good? Make sense? Make sure you're practicing though. Even on a Barbie doll. Barbie dolls work. Steps are all the same, just a little smaller. Okay, good. All right, so let's get into this. We already know skill rules opening, glove rules, and the closing. So now we've got 3 more to learn. Barrier is where we're going to start. 84 is our page. And when you look at this, over here on the side, you can see that we're going to use a barrier and a whole lot of skills, but not all of them. There are some skills that do not require a barrier. Those are the ones that don't require supplies. We're going to use a barrier anytime we have supplies. So we just did pulse, right? We didn't use anything for a pulse, so no need for a barrier. No supplies. Documentation forms do not count, okay? But the skill that we're about to learn, dressing a resident, we do have supplies. We have clothing. So we need a barrier. So over here on all of these principles, you will see the skills that are going to use that principle. You can see we're going to use this a lot. Again, I have a video for this because I have a video for everything. All right, here's our notes. Page 85. Here's our notes. Anybody ever been a patient at a hospital? Yeah, these overbed tables, these guys right here, they are used for meals. Absolutely. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner right here. But they're also used for everything else. Chapstick, phones, phone charger, crossword puzzle books, used Kleenexes, and everything else is going to end up on that table. Can we assume that that table is a clean surface? Okay, well, if we're working with clean supplies and we know we have clean hands, don't you think we need a clean surface? So that's what a barrier is all about. The supplies we use for every patient are clean. So we do our opening, we wash our hands, we go get our supplies. Remember, don't ever touch your supplies until your hands are clean, right? So we need a clean place to put those clean supplies. And that's what the barrier does. It gives us a clean place to put our clean supplies. So the supplies we use on the patient are clean. We've washed our hands, got our supplies, and then we're going to put them on the barrier. But here's the problem, and we are going to have to get a supply shelf in here. We are. Okay, so you guys are my guinea pig group in the new room. I'm sorry. It's going to be a work in progress. Okay, bear with me. So here's the problem. I've got to put a barrier on that table, right? I got to get supplies. So if I do all of that at once, if I get my supplies and I get my barrier and I've got all of that in my hands and I've got to spread the barrier out on the table, what that means is I'm going to end up holding all of those supplies up against my uniform. Now, my uniform has brushed up against the privacy curtain. Is that clean? My uniform is leaned against the sink while I was washing my hands. Is that clean? My uniform has knelt on the floor to empty the drainage bag. Is the floor clean? So is my uniform clean when I start work? If I hold all of those supplies up against my uniform, I've already contaminated those supplies before we get started. So when we have supplies, we wash our hands, we go get a barrier. We put the barrier on the table. Then we go get the rest of our supplies and put the supplies on the barrier. Do you understand why it has to be done in that order? This is our cardinal rule here. is that the supplies cannot touch your uniform. Good? All right. You've leaned against the bed, the sink, the curtain, knelt on the floor. Clean supplies cannot touch that uniform. So don't try to get the barrier when you get the rest of your supplies. That just does not work. You'll end up contaminating your supplies. You want to go get because you need two hands, you want to go get the barrier first. Try to find that slide. Get the barrier first. Once you have the barrier, you're going to put it on the table, go get the rest of your supplies, and that will help keep those supplies clean. So here's your order. Get the barrier first, spread it on the table, get the rest of your supplies. Good on barrier? Easy peasy, right? Told you we're going to go through this quick. Next principle that we need to learn is privacy blanket. Now, I've already introduced you to this a little bit. I told you that your patient is in a strange place, surrounded by strange people, probably doesn't have their family at their bedside 24 hours a day, and they're not dressed for company. They're also laying down, which makes them vulnerable, right? What don't I want to see? Knobby knees, absolutely. So if I am going to uncover this patient to do any skill, I'm going to see knobby knees. I don't want to see knobby knees. So I got to do something about it. Good? But there's another part to this, right? So privacy is important, sure. But there's another part to this too. What kind of temperature is in most clinical settings? Cold. Okay. Now, if you're cold and you're fully dressed and running around like a chicken with your head cut off because you got way more to do and not enough time to do it, what is temperature going to feel like to you? Warm. Your patient laying in bed, not dressed for company, covered by a thin sheet, what's temperature feel like to them? Cold. Now, you just told me that that facility was cold and you were fully clothed, so what does it feel like to them? Really cold. Arctic. Take their sheet away. How comfortable are they? Not at all. So there's a warmth aspect to this. Now, we don't think about this when we start working. We don't. Because we get into our routines. I got this much stuff to do. We get focused on us and our tasks and what we have to do. We stop thinking about this. When you start work, you'll stop thinking about this. So this has to be a routine. This has to be a no-brainer. This has to be so ingrained in you that you don't even think about it anymore. That temperature is going to feel so different to your patient than it does to you. And if you're not thinking about it, that's going to be a problem. Does that make sense? So we are going to, anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed while we're doing a skill, we're going to give them a consolation prize, a substitution. We call it a privacy blanket. Now, inside your kit, you all have a privacy blanket. It's either gray or black. It depends on where I get them from, right? But you have a blanket. So if I'm going to take the sheet away from somebody, I am going to make sure that they're covered with a blanket while I'm doing my skill. Now, the reason we do this, we could keep the sheet, keep them covered, and just untuck the sheet and use it as our privacy. But the problem is, if I'm working with water, that sheet's probably going to get wet. Okay? If I've got soiled gloves, I don't want to touch that sheet that's going to go right up next to their face with soiled gloves. Lots of holes here. Right? So a privacy blanket is a better option. Does that make sense? Good. So anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed, we need to use and it's not just about privacy, it's also about warmth. But the way we put this on and take off actually counts. We don't want to see those knobby knees. So we're going to put the blanket on over the sheet. Pull the sheet down underneath the blanket. That way our patient is always covered. At the end of the skill, when we're all done, we'll pull the sheet over the blanket and pull the blanket out. So the patient is always covered. Should I ever see knobby knees? Okay. Now there's something else about this particular step as well. Remember that your perception of temperature is different than your patient's. And a lot of people think, well, if I close the privacy curtain, I don't need a privacy blanket because the curtain protects the patient. Sure, the curtain protects the patient from everybody out there. But who's the stranger in the room, inside the curtain with the patient? Yeah, that curtain does not protect them against you. And you are just as unknown to them as everybody outside the curtain. So don't rely on the curtain as your sole form of privacy. Okay, that helps promote dignity. Remember that you are still a stranger. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime our patient is uncovered or undressed. And this is something you should know. It's not going to be on the care plan. So let me time out here real quick and go over this because this isn't it's not something you'll notice right away. We've talked about the care plan. Care plan tells us how to do our skills, okay? But if you notice, care plan did not tell us to do the opening. The care plan does not tell us to do the closing. The care plan doesn't tell us to use a privacy blanket or a barrier. Everything on that back wall are things that you need to know that won't be on the care plan. These principles tell us how to do what's on the care plan, but they won't be on the care plan themselves. This is why you need a CNA class, because that's what you have to learn. Now, the good news is after today, week 1, you're going to have like 60% of this done. Okay. It's not hard, but these are things that we have to know. Remember, it's not going to be on the care plan. So privacy blankets always ensure that the patient is covered with something. But when we're putting that blanket on, we don't want to snap it or shake it. I do this at home on my bed when I change my sheets, do one of these things to spread the sheet out. Yeah, unfortunately, when you do that, it aerosolizes everything that's on the bed. So yeast, bacteria, dead skin cells, they all come right up here in a vortex, right where I can breathe them in. Now, at my house, I'm only breathing in my own funk. It's not a big deal. But in a clinical setting, you think I want to breathe in that funk? Yeah, don't snap or shake anything in medicine. You'll get a bonus that you don't want. Remember, all your windows up here, not where you want pathogens. Once we have the privacy blanket on and we've done this skill, don't touch the sheet with those soiled gloves. So we are going to take the gloves off before we remove the privacy blanket and pull the sheet up. And remember that sheet's going right up next to their face?
Are we also going to wash our hands?
Yes, but you don't. So let's talk about that real quick. I usually do this on week 2, but real quick, short. You do have to wash your hands after you remove gloves. We talked about that this morning. Absolutely, 100% yes. But you don't have to wash your hands until the closing. Now, the reason is that, yes, pathogens, gloves. Yes, they probably multiplied on your hand, right? But those are the patient's own cooties. They're on a first name basis. They know each other pretty well. Okay? These aren't somebody else's cooties. It's the patient's cooties. So I'm okay taking my gloves off and finishing up with that patient. Trust me, they have cootied up their environment. Nothing I do is going to make that environment any cootier than it already is with those particular cooties. Now, I don't want to bring somebody else's cooties to the party. Make sense? Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we go. But yes, you will have to wash your hands, but it doesn't have to be the second you take them off. It does have to be before you leave the patient environment. Good?
You just leave the sheet at the end of the bed.
So you're going to pull the sheet up over. You're going to take your gloves off. Take gloves off. Pull the sheet over the privacy blanket. Pull the privacy blanket out. We don't want to see knobby knees.
But when you pull the sheet down to put the blanket on,
You put the blanket over the sheet. Pull the sheet down to the end of the bed.
you just leave it down there.
Leave it down there. Yep. And then at the end of the skill, when you're all done, take your gloves off, pull the sheet over the blanket, and take the blanket away. All right. So now we're done with privacy blanket. Quick, easy. Questions?
I'm kind of confused on like, so they already have a sheet on top of them,
Mm-hmm.
and you pull it up, and then you take the blanket and you pull it down, the privacy blanket.
They have you're going to see a video in just a minute. It's going to explain all this. So they're laying in bed with a sheet on. I wish I had a bed in here. They're laying in bed, sheet on. You put the privacy blanket over the sheet. Pull it to the end. Pull the sheet to the end of the bed, so they're covered with a
The
blanket.
one that they already have on top of them. That's underneath the privacy blanket.
No, so they're laying in bed just with a sheet on. Okay, so patient in bed with sheet. We're going to put a blanket over that sheet. We're going to take the sheet to the end of the bed. So now all they're covered with is the blanket,
The one that you just put on.
the one you just put on. We're going to do the skill, whatever that skill is. We're going to take our gloves off if we wore them. Maybe, maybe not. And then we're going to pull that sheet up over that blanket that we just put on the patient to do the skill. And then we're going to take the blanket away. So they start out laying in bed with a sheet on. They end laying in bed with a sheet on. Okay?
If you were like in the hospital and they already had a blanket on.
I'm going to treat it just like the sheet. The whole purpose here is that we're putting something on to do the skill. So if it gets wet, no big deal. If it gets soiled, no big deal. We're taking it away at the end. You don't want to use what's already on the bed for that, because you're not taking that away at the end of the skill. You're going to leave them in a wet bed or soiled sheets. So we want something temporary that'll keep them covered. Does that make sense? Good. Okay, so let's go to the last principle we have to learn. And the good news is we already know all these, except for one. All right, so linen rules, page 86, going to be featured in a whole lot of skills. So here's the deal, guys. If you have a principle that is repeated on more than one banner, it is doubly important. You guys got that? If it's featured on more than one banner, it's going to count doubly important on the test. Usually it means it's an infection control problem. Good? All right, so let's take a look at this. Your notes are on page 87. Linens must not touch uniform. Have we heard that before? So that means this is a repeated principle. It is doubly important. Got it? You have to have clean hands to get your clean linens. Oh, wait, we've heard that one too. Again, infection control, doubly important. Good? Principles that are repeated are doubly reported. They will count against you on the state exam. Don't snap or shake linens. Oh, wait, we've heard that one too. That's, again, infection control. You don't want to aerosolize all those pathogens that you can then breathe in, because remember, these are windows, right? So we've heard all three of these, and we know they all have to do with infection control. So they're really going to count big on the state exam. Now, the next two we're going to skip for now. We're going to come back to it in a later lesson. But let's go to the bottom here. Unused items must be discarded. So this is new for us. This is a new principle. When you go take the test, you're going to have to get your supplies. Nobody's going to tell you, okay, listen, you need to go give a partial bed bath. I want you to take 4 washcloths, 2 towels, a patient gown, basin, soap. Nobody's going to go through all that with you. They're just going to say, go give a partial bed bath in room 316. You have to know your supplies. Test is the same way. You have to know your supplies. So that means that you have to memorize all the supplies you need for every skill. No way around it. Make flashcards. If you don't want to make flashcards, buy flashcards. I don't care. You need to learn it. Okay? Got it? But during the test, you might have a little bit of a problem remembering things. And you might go to the supply shelf and grab 10 washcloths. And at the end of the skill, you realize, uh-oh, I only needed 4. What do I do with all the rest of these? You have to discard them. You cannot just leave them in the room for later, because anything that's been outside of your sight cannot be considered clean. Got it? This situation happens way more than you think it does, because we don't keep dirty hampers, dirty linen stuff in the room. We just don't. Dirty linen hampers are in the hallway or in a soiled utility room. They are not in the room. So patient's wife shows up with a cup of coffee in her hand. She's got one for her, one for her husband. As she walks in, she trips over the oxygen tubing that's on the floor. She spills the coffee. She looks around, sees a pile of linens sitting there, grabs a washcloth, and cleans the floor up. No hamper in the room, so she folds the washcloth, puts it back on the stack. And yes, that does happen. Or she sits down on top of the linens, which are in the patient's bedside chair, and she is incontinent. Items outside of your sight are not considered clean. So this is a use it or lose it scenario. You will have a written question on this topic. Do not go get all of your linens at the beginning of shift and distribute them to the rooms for use later. Those linens are not clean. And any DON that walks in will tell you those linens are not clean. Be careful here. This is an infection control principle. And I know it sounds really simple, but it is really important. Good? Questions? We'll get to the other two later. So, linens can't touch your uniform. You have to have clean hands to get your linens. Don't snap or shake. And anything you don't use must be discarded. So now we know everything we need to know to dress somebody. That's it. We're going to put everything we've learned together into a skill. But we have to go over a few dressing checkpoints that haven't been covered by the principles. So this is what we call skill specific. But if you look at this, we've seen these before, right? If you look at this, look at all those steps, lots of steps, I know. But look how many are checked off by the opening in green, by the closing in red, by the privacy blanket, by the linen rolls. Look how much you're getting credit for. We haven't even talked about the skill yet. Okay, so these right here without a color, that's it. This is what we have to learn. That's what makes this skill different from others. The rest of this is all stuff that's repeated skill to skill. Good? Flashcards are your friend. Make your own. If you don't want to make your own, buy mine. But you need flashcards to be able to memorize this stuff. All right, so now let's talk about the skill-specific steps. This is stuff that isn't covered in these other principles. I got notes for you on page 98. I'm going to get through this pretty quickly, so buckle up. Patients have the right to choose their own clothing. The thing about clothes is that they're an outward expression of your inward feelings. When you get up in the morning, you usually decide what you're going to wear. Now, I'm not talking about work and uniforms and all that. I'm talking about your own time, right? If I'm feeling kind of sloppy, I might be in sweatpants and a sweatshirt kind of day. If I'm feeling really upbeat and happy, I might put on my yellow dress, right? I get to decide what I'm going to wear because it's going to reflect what's going on inside me on any particular day. Your patients have the right to do that as well. Absolutely. Sometimes, though, patients can't choose very well. And we are graded on how our patient looks. If I go into a facility and I walk down the hallway and every patient sitting in wheelchairs has mismatched clothing, the buttons aren't buttoned right, The pants are down underneath their butt, not over their hips. They got mismatched socks on. Their hair is all messed up. Do I think that those patients are getting good care? No, I don't have to know anything more than that. All I have to do is see how those patients are presenting, and I can tell you they're not getting good care. So your performance at work is going to be judged by how your patients look. 100%. Not just by your supervisor or the DON, but by everybody that walks through that door. But sometimes your patients will choose clothing that doesn't match. It happens. You can suggest an alternative. If they say, I want my purple plaid pants and my yellow flowered shirt, you can say, you want to try your white shirt with that? Because that would go really well. Now, most of the time they'll say, yeah, that's what I meant. Because they want to look nice too. But sometimes they'll say, no, I want my purple plaid pants and my yellow flowered shirt because it might be bingo day and that's their lucky outfit. Or maybe their son and daughter are coming to visit and the son bought the pants and the daughter bought the shirt. We don't know what's in their mind. We can offer suggestions, but ultimately we will always honor their wishes. Good? Questions? All right. So we're going to ask the patient what they want to wear. We're going to read the care plan. Let's go back to the beginning here. We're going to read the care plan. We're going to do our opening. We're going to wash our hands. We're going to ask the patient, what do you want to wear today? And then we're going to get a barrier. We'll put the barrier on the table, and then we're going to go get the clothes and put those on the barrier. Good? You want to minimize exposure of your resident. Do not go over and undress your patient and have them completely naked underneath that privacy blanket and then ask, hey, what do you want to wear? Even worse, don't go undress your patient without a privacy blanket and have them laying on that bed completely naked and open to God and everybody, and then ask them, what do you want to wear? That happens way more than you would think it does. Are you starting to see that ethics is a big part of the exam, but it should also be a big part of your practice? Good? All right. So we're going to minimize exposure by pulling that privacy curtain, by using a privacy blanket, and by getting those clothes that the patient requests before we undress them. Anytime we lift a body part, we're going to lift from below with a flat palm. Never from above. We are not the claw machine at Walmart. We don't do this. Your fingertips will dig into sensitive skin and you can leave bruises. But even so, that, those extremities can get heavy. And if you drop them, injuries can occur. Always from below with a flat palm. This is how we remember how to do this. And we're going to get to this in just a second. But just remember, USA first. That's easy to remember, right? USA first. Undress strong arm first does not mean United States of America first. Undress strong arm first. USA first. We're going to do that to allow the clothing to just slide off of that weak arm without a lot of motion. We're going to make the stronger arm do all the work. So by undressing the strong arm first, we make it do all the work. And by dressing the weak arm first, the clothing just slides right up. Just be careful, don't cause injury. And you are judged by the way your patient looks. So make sure the snaps line up, make sure the pants are over the butt, not under the butt cheeks. Make sure the socks, the seam is over the toes, not sideways. Make sure your patient looks good when you leave them.
How do you make, if they're laying down, how do you make sure that they're up?
I'm going to show you. Yeah, let me show you the video on this. All right, so everything that we used on the patient will go into the hamper. We never throw anything on the floor. Nothing clean, nothing dirty. So when we remove that privacy blanket, we don't just drop it on the floor. it's got to go into the hamper. Now, good news for us for the test, the hamper is right there. You can, when you take the gown off, you can put it on the barrier on the overbed table. That's fine, but don't drop it on the floor. Good. Nothing goes on the floor. And then we're going to put the call light in the stronger arm. Obviously, they've got to be able to use it. All right, so let's take a look at the care plan here on page 103. Our care plan tells us to dress the resident in a long sleeve button or snap front shirt. Let's stop there for 1 second. Long sleeve button or snap front shirt. What if the patient asks for short sleeves? Got to ask the nurse. Are we allowed to make that judgment? What if it's 110 degrees outside and the patient asks for short sleeves? Yeah, we don't make that decision. Long sleeves are used for more than just temperature. If the patient has a weeping rash, we put long sleeves on them. If they have a photosensitive condition like an autoimmune disorder, the sunlight can affect that. So we need to cover them up. If they're on certain medications that make their skin sensitive to sun, we've got to cover them up. So those long sleeves can be for way more than just temperature. Do not change the care plan. It also says pants and socks. That's easy. Now for the test, the pants will be elastic waist, like sweatpants. You just pull them up. Socks are socks. Doesn't say undergarments. Do we add to the care plan? No. So what are we going to dress this patient in? Yeah. Yep. Long sleeve, button front shirt, pants and socks. That's it. Don't add to it. Don't overcomplicate this. For the test, there will be 2 outfits on the supply shelf. When you do this skill, it is a mannequin skill. You are going to ask the mannequin, what do you want to wear today? I know it feels weird to talk to a mannequin, but you're going to ask the mannequin, what do you want to wear today? And the mannequin is going to answer through one of the evaluators. They are going to describe an outfit. Please make sure you get the outfit they describe. If they say red pants and red shirt, what should you get? Red pants and red shirt. They're not throwing you a curveball. They're not going to ask for a short sleeve anything. They don't do that. Remember, entry level. Set your expectations low. They're not trying to trick you. Ever. Good? Okay, it says the resident is lying in bed, has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. Where are we leaving the patient? In bed. We're not getting them out. They're not going to breakfast. Scene end. Leave them in bed. Now, they are dressed. So if you could ask them, do you want your sheet? But they are dressed. No knobby knees in sight. They don't have to have the sheet. Good? No knobby knees in sight. Good? Okay. Head of the bed, up to the patient. Up to the patient. They might want to sit up, watch TV, eat a snack, play Scrabble. I don't know. They may want to lay down and take a nap. I don't know. We're going to ask them, what do you want? Head of the bed up or down. But during the skill, when you're trying to get them dressed, put the head of the bed up to make it easier on you. It's easier to put a shirt on, somebody that's sitting instead of laying. Okay, let me show you this skill. Okay. So now I'm going to show you how to do this. Whoop.
Wait, go back. Hit add to stage. And then click right there. No, it's better.
There we go. Oh yeah, this. Okay. It should be on that middle one all the time. I don't know why.
I agree.
Oh.
Okay.
I saw. Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to spread this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm and help protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket, being careful not to snap or shake it. Okay, we're going to stop here for just 1 second. I want to point something out. I didn't grab gloves. My patient is not leaking anything. She's a mannequin, right? So she's holding on to all of her own body fluids like a champ. I'm not touching any open skin. So no body fluids, no open skin. And remember that I am not putting undergarments on her, so no personal skin either. So gloves for this skill on this patient are not required. You want to use them, that's fine. It's easier to do it without them. But you're going to wash your hands during the opening and you're going to wash your hands during the closing. So for the test, gloves are not required. I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now I'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on this side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants, and then place it over your foot, lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones. Now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover you back up.
For the
Mrs.
test, you're going to have to
Jones,
lift
I'm
the
going to
mannequin
elevate
up
the
as
head
you
of the
do that.
bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your gown. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown. We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, We'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you in putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll scrunch it up, put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I could have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, we'll rest your arm back on the bed now while I straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let me just adjust your clothing to make sure it's neat. Can I have you lean forward for me, please? Thank you. And I'll make sure that this blanket can be removed. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm just going to adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance and make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get
With the
your
call light
magazine
in
for
her
you?
hand.
Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away and open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Okay. Go ahead and remove. There you go. All right. Good. Any questions? You guys have everybody has access to that video. It's on my main website. It's on YouTube, and it's in that course that you all were enrolled in. So that video is available to everybody to review as often as you need to. Now, I know in our syllabus we had a range of motion to get to today. We're not going to get to it, and that's okay. We got plenty of time to play with toward the end of the program. We'll get to that content a little bit later. I never, ever get to range of motion. That's a little ambitious for me because I talk way too much. All right. Any questions on what we went over today? Any questions? Am I going too fast for anybody? Is anybody lost? Go ahead.
Like, what if they can't like move as well, like with like the hip part to go over their hips?
Okay, so remember that this care plan is written for this specific patient, and this specific patient can. So if we had a patient who couldn't, the accommodations for that would be indicated in the care plan for that patient. So great question. And you're going to have a lot of what if questions as we go through the program. But remember that all of those questions would be answered in the care plan for that specific patient. Good? And you can always ask the nurse too for accommodations. Okay. When you come to class on Monday, I need you to bring your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes if you have them. I also need you to bring a can or something about the size of a human arm. Not a water bottle like that because those tend to crumple. But like your cup, let me see your orange cup there. This would be fine. A Lysol can, a can of bathroom spray, something like this that's semi-round, about the size of a human arm. So because we're going to wrap our cuffs around it and practice inflating and deflating our cuffs, that saves our neighbors' arms. I have some cuffs if you don't have one of your own, but I don't have any cans. So if everybody could bring something that you can wrap your cuff around, that would be awesome. Remember your homework tonight. Oops, hold on. Homework tonight. Where am I? Let me go back here. Yeah, I'm just trying to get there. Here we go. Chapters 2 and 3 in your yellow book. We're going to, can you take that down for a second? Take the banner down. Chapter 2 and 3 in your yellow book, you're going to read or take the test on page, well, it's 182 and 183. It's not on there. And then you're going to grade it. You will get a wrap-up email after class today that will have a link to today's lesson, this live stream that I'm taping right now. And it'll have links to all of the videos that we talked about today. Okay, good? Good? I will see you guys on Monday. Have a fantastic weekend. And thank you guys so much for the card. It was awesome. Those of you joining us online, thank you so much for joining. We hope to see you again on Monday for class 3. And remember to get your review sheets on flcnatraining.com, along with a lot of other free resources to help you on your journey. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them on any of our YouTube videos, and we'll be happy to get back with you. And until next time, happy caregiving. Bye.
I have